Hello, I'm Colin Bradley. I'm going to show you how to do this cracking Jack Russell Terrier using just 9 pastel pencils. Let me show you all the things you're going to need. Reference picture and the line drawing for this can be downloaded from our website, so you can then produce your own line drawing on pastel paper. What I use is Trace Down, which is a carbonised graphite. We sell that on the website, or you can print it directly onto pastel paper yourself. Now, I'm using the Ombre pastel paper. This is our own paper that we sell in the site. You can buy it locally, but it's quite difficult to get hold of. However, you don't have to use this. You can use any pastel paper, but I do recommend you don't use white. It doesn't work so well. Other colours work okay, so I leave that to you. Now let me show you the other items you need. The pastel pencils themselves, I use Faber-Castell because I find them the best. But again, you can use other pastel pencils, they work equally as well. What you want to do is find a colour as similar as you can to these. We'll be listing those on the website so you can have a look at them and compare with the colour chart too of ours. So you want to get as close as you can. And you can use other pastel pencils, other colours as well if you want, but I would suggest, if you're starting out on this, that you just use the ones I'm suggesting. Now, I will be erasing a little bit, not necessarily because I made a mistake, but because it's the way pastel pencils work. And I've got 2 items here. First of all, the ordinary eraser. It's got to be a soft one. That's really the best thing to do. This is a good one. And I also use a double-ended eraser. And the idea that we sell these on our website, you'll be able to buy them. It's a soft end, this end, and this one is hard. Generally speaking, it's a soft we use, but the hard is useful in other things. Anyway, you'll see me using those. And the other thing I will use, and again, it's not essential that you need this. This is a colour shaper. Again, we sell them, and it's the ivory colour shaper in this particular instance that we're using. If you can get hold of one locally, fine, but they're not easy to come by. The other thing you can use is you can use a paper blender, but I really wouldn't suggest you use anything like a cotton bud because that just takes the pastel off. Okay, so that's something that you don't have to use, and I'll explain what you can do if you don't want to use that during the video. Now, sharpening the pencils is always a bone of contention. Sharpening them with an ordinary pencil sharpener doesn't work very well. But you can give it a try, but I don't like, and the electric ones too tend to crack the pencil lead. So I don't necessarily I use blades myself, the razor blades, so safety blades. They are more direct, and it's a bit easier to use than the Stanley knife, which again is another option. This is a good option. You can use scalpels, any means of sharpening the pencils that suits you, really. Okay, well that's all the bump. Let's get on with the picture. Now the first thing we've got to do is transfer our line drawing onto our pastel paper. As I say, there's a couple of ways you can do this. You can either download the line drawing directly from our website by putting your paper into the printer and printing it directly onto that. Or you can do this. What I'm using is Trace Down. Again, this is all available on our website, and you can find it in other places too, so it's not a difficult thing to get hold of. It's got a carbon one side, and I'll show you how it works. Let's put this on here. This is the line drawing going on. Okay, and it's nice to have a hinge. The reason I do that is because you can check it, and you'll see me doing that in a minute, back and forth, to make sure you've got the good carbon copy. You put the Trace Down, carbon side down. That's the carbon side. All right, onto your paper. Nice sharp pencil. Now I won't do it all, I'll just show you a little bit. And then you just press quite hard. Because this is graphite, you can always remove it, so it's not really a problem. Let's just do this here for you. There you go. Nearly there. Oops, I'm wrong there. I'm going to show you how that doesn't really matter because it's graphite. We can erase it. Okay, let's just do that here. Now this is why I say the flat, because you can look. See, now you can see what you've done. And now if I didn't, let's say that little error that I made there, because it's graphite, it rubs out, see? You rub it out. And then you can use a pencil just to correct it. Another thing you can do sometimes, if the line's a bit faint, you can always go over that with your pencil too. Let's do that too. These lines are fine, but if they weren't, then you can go over it and so on. And anyway, and then finish it off and we're ready to go. Take that off and let's start. Now we're going to start the picture by using the white pencil. And this is put in the whole of this area down to the nose. I'll just do this a bit, then I complete that off camera. You can see what you need to do is to fill up as much of the paper as you can. Now with the white it's not so bad, you can press quite hard because we're not going to put too much colour on it. But I shall warn you later on, when we get to the darker colours, you have to be a bit careful because when you've got several colours that you've got to add, you don't want to start crushing the paper. And it takes a bit of doing, but it can be done. Crushing this paper. Okay, there we are. Now that's what I'm looking for, so I should do all of this. We might as well do, it's not a very big picture, so we might as well do all of the white there. The other area of white that I want to show you is just a little bit in here. Just a little slither. You don't want to put too much pressure on that, just a touch in there because we're going to be darkening the eyes quite a lot later on. And those two little lights, put them in. And there's one on the other side there. Now that's the only white. So let me finish this off. Then I will then take you to the next colour where we start building the tones up through the ears. We won't be doing the eyes just yet. What I like to do is I like to do the rest of the face. I don't like to finish it, but I like to do it all. At least put the base colours in. And then we've got something for a setting for the eye itself. Alright? That's all the white on. Now you'll notice that I've left, that is white-ish, but there's a lot of dark in there. So I'm not going to put anything in there at the moment. I'll be putting a grey in there rather than the white. We can then filter the white into that at a later date. Okay, so that's fine. A couple of things I did forget to tell you. There's another couple of little areas of light on the nose. And again, while you've got the white in your hand, put it on. I think that's the only 3 areas that we'll need to do. Okay, now another thing that I need to show you is this. Now you may not have one of these. If you don't have one of these, don't worry. It's not essential, but it really does help. You can get hold of these on our website if you can't get hold of them local, but they're colour shapers and we use them all the time for our artwork. But, as I say, if you don't have them, you can't use them, and it doesn't matter that much. It just, what it does, it pushes the colour into the paper. Now you notice that there's quite a lot of dust. You can probably still see some of it there, and this helps to take some of the dust away. It's not an awful lot of dust with the pastel pencil, not like soft pastel. Okay, we get rid of that. Now the next thing I'm going to be doing, this is actually a brown here, folks. Yeah, and what are you putting grey on for then? The reason we do this is that what we need to do is to bring some of the tone out of the rich brown colour, which you're going to see me put on here in a minute. And the grey does that. Now that's going to go all around here. I'll just check. And in here, and in here, and so on. Now, leave it to me to do it all, but you'll see it anyway in a minute or two, what I'm actually doing. But this is the grey. Now, the grey I'm using is a 230, which is a bluey grey in our Faber range. If you're not using Faber pencils, find something that's the equivalent of that. Now, that's all the grey put in. Once again, if you've got this, rub it. It's not really that essential because we'll be using other colours on top of this. which will blend it in. But I like to just smooth it down, just to, if nothing else, to get rid of all that dust. Push it into the paper rather than blow it away. Okay, now nearly there. Just finish this off. Lovely. You can use paper blenders too if you've got one of them. Then use one of them. But things like cotton buds are no good, but they just absorb the pastel. Okay. Next thing to do. Yes, just one other thing I've forgotten about. Just a little bit over there. It's always wise to just check these out and make sure you've got the coverage. Check my picture against your own. And the other colour we're going to be using is the grey. Now this is again a bluey grey. It's a mid-tone, and this will be an undercolour for the very dark colours going on. Now, this is a little bit more precise, so we have to be quite clear with this. If we overstep the mark, it could be a bit more of a problem. So we've got to keep within the lines, folks. That's what I'm saying. That. Now the eyes and the nose and the mouth are going to be done independently, but we don't worry about those at the moment. Let's get the bulk of this done first. Okay, that's fine. And in here too. Now again, you don't need to see me do all of this, but you're getting the idea by just this amount I'm doing. It's just to how far we're going to go. I've just seen another bit. I'm missing bits out. These. It's very important that we put them in. So if you do see that you're missing, anything that's light, the light fawny colour that we're going to be using, the ochre colour. That's the colour that we need. The light under. There you go. That's coming down there. And that will come down to there and then come off there. And that'll be it. Just seeing another little bit there. Curls around there. Right. Again, don't go over the lines. It's quite important here because this is going to be a light edge to the ear. Anyway, I've got to do this and this yet. As I say, I'm leaving the nose, and we're not going to come any further down here at the moment. So let me carry on with this. And again, what you want to do is try to get, without pressing hard, and this is what I was talking about earlier, you don't want to press hard here, because we've got other colours to put on. So just go in between that. You might be looking at this paper and thinking, if this paper was smooth, I wouldn't have to do this, Colin. No, you wouldn't. But then you wouldn't get the effects that we get. And they are quite stunning. The paper is paramount, really, to the effects that we can create with our pastel pencils. So, whilst it might be a pain, and remember, we've got the blender. I'll just take some of that light off there. Oh, just incidentally, I use my finger. You can wash these or put them under water, but I never do. I just use my thumb and my finger. Get rid of pastel that way. And then you can push it in. Again, it's not really critical because we're going to be putting two other colours on top of this. So that will also blend it in. But you can see the difference between the two. Okay, let me finish this off. Nearly finished. Just a little bit to do. There we go. Okay, now that's all the base colours put on. Now we've got to start building the colour up. The colour I'm using is 1X7, which is like a ready ochre. Now, here we are going to be slightly different, folks. And what we do here is we work in the direction that we see the hair of the dog lying in. That is not very easy down here because it comes down like that. Now, this is not critical, but it does help to define the effect of the picture. And again, be light with this. Don't be too heavy because we're going to be putting some colours on top of that. So that's good enough for the moment. Now here we've got to do the same again. It doesn't matter too much at the moment if you touch the grey with the ochre colour. It only gets critical a bit later on when we start putting in the stronger tones. Anyway, again, you've seen me do that. There's a little bit more. Let me just do this side and then I'll show you how this works. I want that to be fairly light. Putting light colour underneath the grey has given us an opportunity to make that quite light. And then there we can, as I said, there are other colours we can use here to give us a variation of tone. So don't worry too much at the moment about that. That is good enough. And then down here where we have the only other area that might be a problem for you is getting these two together. Again, it don't matter if you touch the white, because later on we can just touch all these back in again. But what we want to do is to keep, we don't want to put this colour on top of the white because that would create a little bit of a problem for it later on. But when you've got this area that is some and some, there's not a problem. Okay, now I've got to do that. Okay, so let me finish with that off, and then it starts getting interesting, folks. Okay, and that's all of the ochre put in. What I'm doing now is I'm using the same colour shaper, but I'm using it in the corner. Can you see that on there? Look. And what that does, working in the direction of the hair, it's again another way of creating an effect. And I think you can see that happening. So just do this bit up here. I've done that over there so you can see how it's looking. Now it does take time to do this. If you're in a hurry, then don't bother. But it makes all the difference if you follow the techniques I show you. Looks great, doesn't it? And down here we want to put some more. Nearly there. Great. Now I'm going to add another application of this, but the thing is now we're going to put a little bit more strength into it. So here we want to make parts of this hair a little stronger than others. Let me show you the obvious bit, which is here, and then some other areas as well. It's quite dark around this area, and we're going to be putting a darker colour on this in a tick or two. But we want to prepare the way. So what we're doing is creating a tone. At the moment, you see, if I haven't showed you that, we've got a flat doggy. But we don't want a flat doggy. We want one that's got a bit of roundness to him. And this is what happens when we start putting this in a little bit dark there. You see, that has made a difference. But what would also make a difference is this. Now, you haven't seen this yet, folks. It's the ivory. Now, the ivory does the opposite. This gives us the lighter effects. Again, working in the direction of the fur. Got it? Now up here there's a lot more light, so let's just put a little bit in here. Ivory is a good colour, brilliant colour. In fact, I use it in nearly every picture. A bit of light around there. Look at the difference that's made there. We also want just a little bit in here. And the other colour, which I'm going to show you, is this one. This is 283. 283 is a brilliant match to the 187. It's a darker version really of it, but it's great. Now I'm doing this first because really this needs to be quite dark, this area, but not as dark all the way through. I'm just checking some references I've got here, make sure I'm doing it right. Now that comes up in there, so that actually now grades out as we come up And you can see the roundness beginning to work. Now that also comes down here, on top of that area of ochre which I put in. So that means we've got a light bit in the middle. I mean, we don't want a line coming, so what we do, everything is graded. You'll see that with anything we do, we grade it. Now, coming out from here, in a minute, I'm going to make this very dark. And what will happen then, that will make this even nicer looking. Let's go a little bit more strength around here, and then out into here. And this can go on top of the grey because we're going to be putting something really dark on there. You see how it's working, folks? It's great fun. If you haven't done pastel pencils before, this will hook you. So a little bit on the edge, that's what I'm looking for, that edge. And that will play a crucial role later on now. A little bit more ivory, just to make it just a little bit lighter there. And another colour, which I've got here, is the orange. And we want a little bit of orange, just a spot or two, just to put a little bit of interest in it. And I should be using this in different places. There we are. Isn't that great? Now I pulled back again because I have a danger when I do this and closer. I'll end up doing this bit up here. You won't see it, so I'll pull back again. But I wanted you to see that in close up and how this actually starts to come together. There you go, and it looks better, doesn't it, now than it did before? Now, do you do this again? Yes, you do. Lightly, because once again, it's a nice idea to put this, just give you a little bit of softness to the fur as well. Now that is great. I'll be adding more to it, but not just yet. I'll wait until the eye. Now you see, we're nearly ready for the eye. I'm going to do the eye before we put the dark colour on that. But I want to, at the moment, I'm going to finish this off here. But let me show you how we put the next colour in here. Here I'll show you because I've already put that dark into the brown. This is what we're doing now. No, this is 181, and this will come in. It's a good idea for me to do this section because it's a section that's nearly finished. And with 181, as you can imagine, you've got to be just a bit more careful. It's a very dark colour. Payne's Grey is the colour, in case you're wondering. Oh, you know what I didn't do? You're bound to have a bit of brown in there, isn't there? Silly me. I don't put the brown in here. This is going to be a different colour. This is a lighter grey. Not the brown. There we are. I'll go up to that mark, and then I can continue off camera. You don't want to see everything. As long as you see the important bits, that is how I apply the colour. And we've still got black to put on top of this as well. Now, this bit, you remember I said to you when I was doing the grey, very important that we get that crisp, and it is. You want to have that crisp on that edge. There you go, like that. Now, it's not really worth at this stage blending this with your blender. Just get it filled in as much as you can because we'll be using black on top of it. All right? Great. So that's what I should be doing. So I'll be doing this with the colours, and what I do is I stop and start as I go through without narration because I've already told you what we're doing. So you'll be seeing me doing most of this with the dark colours as well in little bits. Right, that's all of the dark colour put in. Now, there's a couple of things I want to show you before we move on. You notice that down there? What I've done is I've used the two colours, that's the dark 283 and the grey, which I use for there. It's a darker version of the ochre and the grey, and I've fused them together. Now let me show you how I did that. Just got to finally put just a little touch of the ochre back in again, just to, you see the transition. The reason being we're going to put black on there in a little while. Now that looks a bit scruffy, doesn't it? Let me show you what we can do with that. We now need the grey, which we've just used, and the lighter grey, that is the 233, which we put on to start with. We may even need some of the very light grey. Let me show you how I do that before I do this one, which is the same idea as that. I start off with the grey. Now we want to put the grey, and then what we do is we go over between the two of them, right, like that, and that brings the colour. You can still see the difference because now we've got to come back in with the dark grey. This is the 181 or the Payne's grey, and that comes down there. Now you see how much different it looks now to what it did just now. And when we put the black on there, it's going to look even better than that. And then come down to there. It just gives it a little bit of a light relief on that. Alright, it's like a definition that we need. And I'm also going to use the 283 here, the same idea as that. It's this transition between the two. What we don't want is the chalk and cheese idea that we've got at the moment with the black or the dark colour and that light colour. So you need to have that transition. See how much different that looks? Okay, now let me show you how we can't do any more to that until we put the black on. Let me show you how I did this. What we do is we come back in with the 283 like this, dragging in a way, you're dragging grey into the ear. Right? And I can follow through too. Although we've already put the light on there, so that's okay. I've gone down here with a little bit more strength. Now you should be seeing quite a difference between what it was like and what it's like now. Now that's pretty good. And we do also need it here, but not quite so much. We want more of a... In fact, we can do it like this time, make it a bit easier. See how much nicer that looks. Okay. And now we need now the dark grey to come back over here again. It's more, and when we put the black on, we'll be putting very, very dark in there. But we don't have to worry about that yet. That's another operation. But I think you're getting the idea of how this works and how much nicer now that looks because we've done that. Okay, there'll still be a little bit more work to do, but that's basically the idea. What we also can do here is use, before we put the black on, we can use a 230 because just there we have a lighter, almost like a bloom, and we can put that on. Now this is more difficult now, we're starting to get much more tricky in our application, but you can see how effective that is by giving that a little bit of grey in there. And you can also follow that with, if you're brave enough to put a little bit of that in as well. That's the 233, so we've got the light grey and the dark grey. And now we've changed the shape of that ear completely. When the black goes on, that's going to look stunning. Okay, the next thing we really need to do is the eye. I've already started that by putting the white in, you saw earlier, so I just make sure that goes in. I think what I might do is I might bring you a bit closer so you can see this easier. You'll be able to appreciate this better now it's close up. First thing we do is we put the grey in here. Oops, doesn't matter too much, but I don't want the lighter grey in there. I want the lighter grey in there, and the darker grey, which is 233, in here. Don't worry about that blob there, that's all going to be taken care of. It's not a good idea to do it though, don't follow me and put a blob there, will you? But it's not going to matter because we're going to make this very dark in a minute. Okay, now there we are, now that's the centre done. Using the grey first gives us an idea of what we're looking for before we start putting the stronger colours on. Not a lot of room on this side, so you're going to have to wing it a little bit. But if you don't follow what I'm doing, you'll be okay. Now, next thing we're going to do is we're going to use a grey. This is the same grey we use here. That's the Payne's grey, to go around there, like that, on the outside for the moment, giving us the shape of the eye. This is why I said to you I didn't really want to do the eye too soon because we need to surround. Okay, that's got it. Great. Okay, and same with the other side. Now, what you really have to have with something like this is sharp pencils. And as you see, that isn't sharp. So I shall have to sharpen that up. But just before I do, I'm going to darken this area around here. Same idea as this. And we'll be using the same transition between the grey and the brown. You don't need sharp pencils necessarily for what I'm doing here now. And here, well, I think I can't do really very much more, except here we need just that to be a mixture really of the brown and the grey. There. I'll make sense of it later for you. But at the moment, that looks okay. Just make sure that we've got enough light there. That's going to be critical later on, that bit. Okay, and the other thing I'm going to do here, while I think of it, these are the sort of things you've got to do when you think of them, is put just a little bit of the brown in there. Now, it went on top of the dark colour. It doesn't matter because it's going to be dark anyway, but I didn't want it to be all that colour. Okay, so that's that. So let me sharpen this 181 up, and then we can come in and we can finish the eye off. And just put a little tiny little bit of white on either side of the pupil to start with. Okay, and now we use the grey, nice sharp 181. Try to avoid going over the white if you can. It can be brought back, but it's better to do what I'm doing rather than go over the top. You see why I said you need the sharp pencils. Now this is where we need to come in here very, very gently. I want to leave that little bit of white there. Okay, just a little bit. And then we come in here like this, round like that. Now there, that bit of white is actually the white, a little bit of white. You know the dogs have, don't they? They have the white showing. That's what that is. Okay. You may, if it goes, don't worry about it, folks. If you can't produce the goods, it doesn't matter. Now I'm going to put in the centre of the eye. I'm going to put a black. The first time we've used this, Okay, now what we want to do is to be right in the centre if you can, like that, so it leaves just the very outside edge of that grey showing. Alright, okay, I'll worry about that one in a minute, we'll do this one first. Now we've got to put a colour in there. What I'm electing to do is to use this one we've used here. This is the 283, the dark one. I could use a dark brown. Now this is where it's really tricky. You've got to put this in, and it can go over the top of that grey you've got there. See why I said you need to be close up to this to see what I'm doing on. Carefully weave your way around till you get to here. Right, now we can go right up close to that, but creep up on it, don't, no, that's great. Don't need to do the top, and I'll tell you why, because I'm giving you another pencil. This is 177. Now 177 is a dark brown, and this will give us just that little bit of extra weight coming in here, like that. Okay, bit of black, we can close up now and make that just a little bit darker, like that. And that line is really standing out. Now with the top, sharp black, we then go out around the outside. If you can, leave that tiny little, I nearly got rid of it, haven't I? Tiny little bit of white there. Right. That's going to be crucial in a minute. And round the hair like that. Darkening it there like that. Okay, good. Now, what we also want to do is inside there, I want you to put the black on the outside edge of that brown. Blimey, Cole. Got the idea of that? That's should look great to you now. What we now need to do is to darken the surround, leaving that light there, but this has got to have light in it too. But everywhere else, folks, you can close in on the eye. It's quite dark there. Right up into here. Now, don't go any further than what I'm showing you, because we've got to marry all this up in a minute. But you can see how strong that eye is becoming. Might be an idea, just a smidging down there. And this is the rim of the eye now. See how you can manipulate that. A bit dark underneath it. Dark down there. Now, if you're clever, folks, and I'm sure you are, what we can also do is use the 181, which is the Payne's grey, and just very carefully put a bit of shadow on the top of that. Right. That's looking pretty good now. And this white can drop away. And grey. Let's make us a little tiny bit darker in there now. Just a tiny drop. There we have that beautiful eye. Now the other side, let's see what we can do with the other side. I'm going to put the grey in, following the same idea, pupil, there, but we've got less, we can see it all now, it goes right up to this edge. Then we use the 283, which we've done in there. You're not going to get anywhere near the detail that we got in the other one. Just like that. Then we need a little bit of black. Centre. But what makes it is when you do this, darken it like that. And keep that a little bit light now if we can. And it's dark there. And if we see we can sneak just a spot of white in there as well. That would look good. Quite dark though, so you can afford to be, having put that in there, now you can afford to be just a little bit bolder. And remember, shadow on here, a bit of shadow on the top of that. We also need some of this in here. This is grey, base grey, and then black. It's always the ultimate darkening tool. You can't do much more than that, folks. But what we can do now is use our 283, this is, and then we can start making a little bit more of this. It's difficult to explain to you what I'm doing. I just hope that you're being able to pick it up. While we're here, I told you we'd be putting black in while we are, so let's do that now, because that will make quite a difference to the eye on this side. Now, remember, it's the black that's on top of the Payne's grey that was in fact on top of the lighter mid-tone grey. We've had three colours on there, and then, having done that, you can then do the same idea, transition between the dark grey and black. Just do the other side of that, and then we're nearly finished. This bit. Same again. Now, because we've got, I'm going to put I'm going to suggest a background for this. You don't have to do one if you don't want to. I'm going to give you a choice. But if you do want to, then things we do here are critical to what we're going to be doing later. Okay, look at the difference that makes, folks. Isn't it nice? It's a little tiny spot of dark up there, but not too much. Okay, now transition again between the two here. So what we get is not a harsh line. That's what we don't want. We don't want a harsh line. We want to make it look natural. There we are. Now that looks absolutely stunning. Would have been, you didn't see the top of that, but I think you got the idea of that. One of the problems I have when I'm close up. Let me just, before we leave here, I just want to show you a couple of other little things. We can use a bit of grey. This is 230 now. Just to put a little bit of grey in here, like we did when on the other side. Just make it look a little bit more natural. Now, what about the transition between here and here? Well, while we're here, let's see what we can do with that. What we can do is use the white. If you've got a sharp white, that would be great. What you do there is this. Notice that it's not lettering here. I'm turning it around as I go. That stops the colour from coming back. That's great. I don't really mind if there's a little bit of grey comes back into that. It looks really good. Okay, now let's work in here a little bit more. Now I've talked about transition on this line. What about this one? Using 283 again, you do that with it. So it becomes, you see that it's pretty obvious when you look at it. You look at what I've got there and what I've got there. You're actually going more on the dark colour than you are on the light, to be honest. ochre back on? Yes, we can. And I'll show you that in just a tick. But I think you're getting the general idea of how good this can look. Combination of the two. It just comes down a bit down to there a bit further, and then the transition over here. That looks pretty good, doesn't it? Oh, yes, I was saying you could use this again. Well, you can. You can bring this back as well. So it's almost the same idea. You're going back into that edge and picking it up again. But the difference is amazing, isn't it? I want to keep it light there if we can. Now here we can also then use this colour to go back into the white, because we don't want that to be just a hard line like that. So we can use the white, just go back in. You can see that's the, oops, make sure you can see it when it comes down. I think I better pull away. The danger is if I carry on, I'm going to do something you won't see. There you are, that's better, you can see it now. Couple of little things. I told you that and showed you how you can use the light grey. Well, I'm going to do it again now. A bit of light grey in here. And you can put it on top of the black and the other grey, just to give a little bit of variation of colour. You see how nice that is? And this is where I want that down there. I put white in there, but really I wanted to have a little grey as well. That's great. Back over there again. That's good. Do I want any more? Well, what I think I'm going to do here is I'm just going to bring this 181 out just a little further down here. And the 283, which is the rich reddish brown in there, that comes down there. It makes a little bit more of that. We can bring the black in here now, and I think we can finish this off now. I think you'll agree that that eye is pretty stunning. And you can do it too, just follow my lead. Terrific, love it. So what about all this? Well, let's do this up here now while we can. I'm using the black. There's a lot of this. Now you don't want to go right to the end, because I'm going to show you in a minute how we can do the transition between the white and black here in a minute. But as I'm doing this, folks, look at the contrast that we have between all of the parts we've done. How lovely it is. This is why the pastel pencils are so good. Now, I did that transition. Well, you can do the same with the black, but you don't want the black to come too far over there. So it's got to stop before it influences the brown. The black and the brown shouldn't touch each other. And here, there again. Go back in here. We can always put the light back in again if we lose it. Now what you'll also notice is there's a lot of texture showing through here. I'll show you how to get rid of that in a moment. Need to go up here with that. Great. Now on here, while we're doing the black, we might as well put the black on here. We haven't put any on here yet. Now you'll be tempted to leave it like this, but don't be. If you haven't got a blender like this, then what you can do is you can always put the grey back in like this. Let me just do a little bit for you to show you. pushes it in. You're using really the grey as a blender, and you did need to go back over with the black. Now you'll see now, this is how I used to do it before I had the shapers. You see? You see the difference between that and that? But if you've got one of these, well, then you don't have to worry, because this pushes the colour in, as you can see, and you get a lovely velvety look. And because we've already done the transition, we can just interfere with that ever so slightly. We can also, you see the colour that I've got on there, well, we can also bring that back a little bit into the picture. There are times when you can do that. Here is a very good example of that. Now you could say, well, can't we put the black on? Well, you can, but it doesn't quite have the same effect as that does, which is lovely. Okay, now let's continue with this. And here we need to come across there. You'll still be able to see that light as we put it on to start with, so you'll always be able to see it. But what you'll get now is this lovely, and remember, transition down there. We can always put the dark back on, we can always put the light back on, but look at that, how lovely that is. Just before we go, we now need to just put just a little bit of this grey back in again. I know we've lost it, but we can put it back again. There you go, done. And there's also some, just as there was back here, we've got some light, just in spots. Come down here, I don't think, do I? Put the ivory on the edge of that. Now, would you say that that looks too bright? As I would. So what do we do with that? Very simple, let me show you. You get your colour that we've used here, and we use that on top of it. Now I'm going to stop halfway down, and you'll see the difference. But not only that, but we can also bring the 2A3 again. Remember I showed you how to do that, and that can come back in here. Now, the difference is amazing, isn't it? Okay, let me just quickly do that, because you have to make it light before you can make it dark. But you're left with a stunning effect there. I think you'll agree. Now we've also, just before we do the nose, I'm going to show you how we can put some tone in here. Now on top of the white, I'm putting in the grey. This is the mid-grey. Okay, and a little bit here, because we're going to bring a little bit of colour out from here in a minute. And it just colours and tones, rather than just making it all just rather boring white. We can put just a little bit of grey. You don't have to be too fancy with this. I've put a little bit of the mid-grey and now the lighter grey. This acts like a blender. A bit of tone in there. And the other thing I'm going to put in is a bit of ivory. I've used ivory before now. Ivory is a good colour because it gives a bit of creaminess to the fur. Now you might look at that and think, gosh, that's a lot of stumbling colour on there, Colin. Is that ever going to look right? Yes, folks, it is. Okay, so what I want to do now is use I think I'll make it a little darker here, because we want to do the nose next. Now this in here, this mouth is dark, so while we're here, I'll show you how. We use the grey, this is the mid-grey, and put that in there like that. It helps then, because this is all got to be strengthened like that. And that's fine. Okay, now what we can do, clean up your colour shaper, or if you haven't got one, use the paper blender if you've got that. If you haven't got that, then you would really just use the white. Put the white back on again, which is what I'm going to do in the tick. But this just gives a little bit of colour to the fur. It does look a bit smeary there, but it won't do in a minute because I'm going to put the white back on. And just here, this is quite dark, so what you can do here is drag some of that colour down there that you put on, making it a little bit darker, like that. Want to keep it light behind the nose though, quite important. Okay, now we bring in the 181. 181 is quite strong, and here you've got to be a bit more careful with it. Certainly here where we've got the mouth coming in around here, that's got to be quite strong. As it drops to the bottom of the mouth, it's just a little bit lighter. He's putting a spot of black in there as well in a minute, and then as it comes around here, it kind of disappears. And when it comes up to there, you can use the grey again, just to extend. It only comes to about there, and then the mouth. In fact, the grey is a good one to use here, because you can just bring some of that colour in. So this is what you'd have to do if you didn't have the colour shaper. I don't think I need the colour shaper actually for this. Just bear in mind what we're going to be doing is make this going to be very white under here. Not so much here because we're going to put a shading on. So I'm going to leave that trace of a line there. That gives me an idea of how far I need to go with it. Now I said we're going to bring some colour out, but we are from here. And I'm going to use the grey, I'm going to use the ochre. It's almost into the white, that's why I've done it the way I've done it. And colour shaper. Great. Bring the white back there so that's in the corner of the mouth. Let's bring that 181 a little bit more strength. There's quite a lot of strength under the nose. We may well have to strengthen that again when we put the nose in. I'm going to put some white on in a minute. And then we've got whisker holes that also extend out. But they're not obvious. You don't have to make them too obvious. Okay, now a little bit of black in the very darkest part of that. Doesn't come all the way down, it's just to give us that punch of colour or strength. It stops when it gets to there. Right. Great. Anything else I can show you? Well, I can show you because we can just put just a little bit of tone. Don't rub this because if you rub it now, it's going to end up smudging. But if you haven't got, as I said, you haven't got one of these colour shapers, you can't do it. Just use the white pencil, which I'm going to use in the tick. Okay, I'm going to sharpen this up and then I'm going to show you how we can put the white back onto this and bring all this fur alive before we do the nose. Now I've got a nice sharp white and I'm going to show you how we can put it back into the hair. I said fur earlier, I meant the hair. use once again, watch the numbers on my pencil. You'll see that it twists round as we go down. Now any area that I've done with the grey will pick up on this white, and it'll just pick up, and you'll see it clearer than you will do on the light areas. It's going to be more obvious as we get a bit further towards that mouth. This is an area that I showed you earlier. Keep twisting the pencil. Now this is where we are going to be putting in some there. Keep it twisting it. And when you get down to there, look what we can do, folks. Now we can put the grey back in again. Not a problem. Down there, and that's where it stops. Down there. That's as far as I want to go. Turn it around the other way, and there we are. Now that looks great, doesn't it? What we want to do now is just to pick up a few of those hairs, a little bit darker. But this time we won't be rubbing them in, blending them in again. Looks silly until the nose goes in, and then it will look great. Let's make it a little bit white there. Okay, I'm happy with that. Okay, now I think we need really to put the nose in, so that will be the next thing. Now for the nose. Now we're going to use 4 colours here to start with. These are base colours. First of all, it's the grey. Now we've already put the white on, so that's 1. The grey, this light grey, is 2. The other colour is the mid-tone grey. That's the mid-grey. 233 if you've got favour. And this goes in. We're going to make that quite strong there, because again we're going to be putting the dark grey on top of that eventually. And the other colour is the 181, so that's white, light grey 230, mid-grey 233, and 181. And I think we didn't put the grey around here. You've got to cover the whole of this nose up with one or the other. In this case it's the mid-grey and the light grey. Right, so that's that. Now, we're now going to use the 181 this time to develop the outline. You should have a line drawing, but this will help you. Follow that. And you'll follow me. And then there's a centre area. This is not very obvious, but there is a centre line that runs in the centre of the dog. This gets the whole thing in kind of perspective, so that you don't have the nose going at a funny old angle. It's so easy to do that with the dog's noses. In other words, the distance between here and here is much, much greater than the distance between here and here. It's because they're looking at that way. If it was facing us, the distance would be equal between here and here and here and here. It's copy. Anyway, it works that way. Now, having got that in, we now have to put a dark, the black, in the nostril. We have to do this first, because if you don't, by the time you put the dark on the outside edges of this, you'll end up with it all disappearing for you. Okay, so now the next thing is to use that colour, which is 181, on here. Now remember, this is going on top of the mid-tone grey. It's quite complicated, but there's no other way I can think of doing this and showing you. Now, having done that, then you come back with the mid-grey, go around those light edges, because we want to keep that light there if we can. And you see already how it's working out. Now, you'll probably best replay this, folks, because it's quite complicated, and I'm going to use the grey this time to push the colour in. It's difficult to explain, much easier to show you like that. Okay, now we've got that in. And now, this is the hard bit. We've got now to use the black. We can't get away with it. We've got to use the black to darken and strengthen this colour here. Try to retain that centre line if you can. It runs all the way up there, actually, like that. And this comes now down here. There's a little bit of shape in here, I think. Now, it should be already looking quite good to you now. And there. And then, we then need to use the grey just to fuse that white. We're going to be bringing that white back, but we can't have it as bright as that at this moment of time. We've got to make it darker. Again, using the grey. Now, I haven't used the blender here at all, and I won't be. I'm relying on the grey going on top, and you can see it's working really nicely. There's a transition area. Now, this is between here and here. Now, how you do that is you use the light grey and go in between, like you see me do all the way through here. It gives you a little bit of edge, and you can also use the other grey too. Well, that looks pretty good to me. Okay. Now with the, that's the wrong one, with the black, then darken it just still further, so that now becomes really strong. If you'd done this to start with, it would have been too strong. And you can then use the black now very carefully to just put just a little bit of extra strength in. Now I'm very, very light with my touch now, because if you put too much pressure on it, you're going to end it up looking too black. You see how nice that is. A little bit more down here. Temper it so that you create the really nice effect. Now that's lovely. Now just once again use the grey to blend this out. I would not suggest you use a colour shaper at all on this. And then the white. Now we can just put the white in just to give us that little bit of extra shine on those. Now you remember I said that line goes all the way up, but it does, but you don't want to put the line up there. You just put just a little bit, a faint trace of it, like running from there all the way down to there. And it allows you then to put the lighter colour sort of either side of that. Like that. And I think, folks, we can call it a day. I'm using the light grey just to fuse a little of this shape nose. You can see what I'm doing, I don't have to explain. Just a little more down here, just a spot. And I think that is probably all I want to do. So I am happy with it. Good. Now pull back and you can have a look at that. And now the finishing touches. This is all white fur, but we'll be putting grey in too. So just go down the edge, do a line drawing, like that. Finish here, you see this line I've got there? Well, I don't really want that there now, so I'm going to rub it out with my rubber. Just to give an indication of what we're going to be doing, because what we want to do is that. Got it? It's like you're not going to finish the dog, it's going to stop there. And I'll show you how we finish that in a minute, but we've got to make sure that the white is solid in that. So that white would go in nice and solid. And the thing now here is you've got to make sure it's white. You've got to have this is why I left that area there, because now what we've got to do, we've got to be clever. We've got to make it a little bit of grey there, which is dark hitting light. And here, we've got to make the light, the dark, appear underneath the head like that. I know it's tricky, folks, but there's no option. That's what you've got to do. It won't look right otherwise. Now, this white can go in. I'll show you all of this because it's not going to take me long to do. You need to have this quite strong and do it 2 or 3 times. You've got the same situation as you've got with the nose we had earlier, the top of the nose and the face. You've got to make sure it's solid. So with the white, and then once you've done that, just go in and fill up all the little holes like that. I'll just do half of it and you can see. Now the reason I use this piece of paper, you've probably seen this floating in and out, is because when you're leaning on, it more applies to a larger picture. This is quite a small one, but you don't want your hand on the surface. If you get any of the oil that goes onto the paper, it can affect the pastel pencil. That's the reason I have this, to keep my hand on it. Right. Good little tip that. You'll always see me using it anyway if you watch other YouTube clips. Now I'll leave that for the moment, because you can see now what I was doing, and you can see the difference between the white, and also you'll see that there's a lot of dust on it. And by blending it like I'm doing now, that blends it into the paper. Okay, I'll just blow it off for the moment, and I'll do the rest of that in a minute or two. But what we've got to do, as I say, we've got to start to fashion out. Just here is where we have a couple. I can't extend it down there, although I shall do. It's where the neck is being turned. The animal's turning its head, so we put a bit of grey in there, and we want the grey now to go in here. We need that to be fairly strong now. This is the point where we get the white coming down here, and we got the and then it transfers it to the dark on that side. It's tricky, I know. I can't do anything about it. It's just the way that the light plays on this animal. But it'll work out in the end. Anyway, let me just finish this off. There's another line that will come back here, which we also want to put in like that, and that disperses as we get to there. So let me finish this off and then come back and I'll show you how we actually finish the whole of this neck and top of the shoulder. Right, I've got plenty of white on there now. Now we're just bringing some of the grey in, like that. And the other grey, 230, that's a good idea to put that in too, because we're going to be putting white on as we did with the face in a little while. We want it to be just a tight trace. And the other thing this does, as you can see, is it blends really well. And the other colour we're going to be putting in is ivory. Remember, we put a little bit of that in as well. It gives us a nice creamy look. And plenty of it too. Just underneath there needs just a spot of the 181, but you don't want too much of this. And you've got to make sure before this goes on that we've got enough of the colour pastel on it, otherwise it will show up. Now 181 being a bluey grey, if you add a little touch of ivory to that, it tends to have a very slightly greenish tone to it. Now you can either, excuse me, I just have to take that dust off. You can either use your finger, like I'm doing now, or you can use the colour shaper, or you can use the pastels. Look how nice that looks. Okay, I don't think I want to do very much more, but what I will show you is that having got that in there, we can now work on the direction that we see the hair lying in, and put some here. Remember I said that once we put the grey in, you can then put some white back in again with your sharp white. It will only be a trace, you're not going to see very much there, but it wouldn't appear at all if you hadn't put the white in. Let's turn it round the other way. There, I think you can just see the shape there. Now that is it, folks. If you were going to not do a background, I would suggest you do it like that. It's arty, it looks good. Let me pull back a little bit and you get a better idea. Now that's how I would finish it if you're not going to do a background. But it will need some whiskers. Add. Don't try with white, it won't work. So just put a few grey ones on. That's enough. And this is quite a nice shape and you'll get away with it. Sign your name and there you go. However, I would always suggest you put a background on. Let's get rid of those, we're going to have to rub it in there. And what I'm going to do to start with is put, I think we'll put a grey background. We've got a choice really. I could use ivory or grey, but I think I prefer the grey. So what we want is the 230 or the light grey, and that goes on everywhere. Now, I won't show you all of it, I'll just show you enough so you can understand how this is going to work. Like that. And right up, these are the tricky bits. Up in here. Now if you haven't got a colour shaper, then what you'll have to do with this is to use, make sure that you've got it well covered. The grey is a good blender anyway in itself, so just make sure that's not right there actually for some reason. Yes, it's a good blender, so you'll find that it will blend in okay. You've got to go right up close to the animal at the expense of touching it. Don't try not to, but if you do, well, you can always bring it back and I'll just show you that later on. Now that's what I'd like to see, that sort of strength. All right, see, plenty of pastel again. If you have got a colour shaper, then you can use it just to push the colour right up to the edge. And paper blender will do the same thing. All right, and again you can use either the shaper or I like to use my finger. When it gets to you can't use it close up, but you can use it when we get to that situation. like that. Okay, so now that's what it's going to look like. Okay, now it's not hard, is it? Even if you left it like that, it would work. But you'll see in a little while how this actually gives you a much better finish. Okay, so I'm going to go all the way around there, all the way around there, all the way around, and into here. Not to the, I won't be going over the white, but I'll go over to there. But remember, we don't want any paper showing through. Okay, so you can let me do that. Almost finished. There's a final little bit. This time, don't worry about going up to the edge with your colour shaper, because we're going to be blending that in a tick or two. There we are. There you go. Now I think you'll agree that that looks much, much better. And it is very easy that. Now, I'm going to put some colour in. Now, you don't want too much colour, but I'll tell you what you don't want to do, folks. You notice that I'm going close to the animal with this grey, but I'm not going to do it all over, just a little bit, and you can, what we call cross-hatch, which is like that. Now, it doesn't go all over, it just goes in. Let me show you what I mean. Put a bit here as well. But leave that bit. It's a nice idea to put some in a corner. Leave it again, just leave a little bit. This time we'll leave the ear altogether alone. Got it? Now let's carry on down here. So a little bit down here. This time we'll go into the fur, because if we make it there, but leave that ear alone. Come down to the edge. Don't go all the way down to the fur, just a little bit. You can please yourself where you go. It's up to you. Now let's do this over here. It'd be nice to have that a little bit there, like that, and coming around the corner, but leave this area. And here we want it dark, but again, don't have to, we can, in fact I think I probably would make that dark down there like that, but leave a little bit of a gap. And then into those gaps, what we do is, well, not just into the gaps, but we put some ochre as well. Like that. Now this is the colour that we used in here. So a little bit of that would be nice in there. Again, not all over. If you're looking and thinking, oh, that's a bit spitty, isn't it? Now you watch me in a minute when I show you how we can now use our finger to create some really attractive effects. Don't want it everywhere, now, remember, just a little bit more in there like that, a little bit more, and we can add more to it if we want, but there we are. Now the watch. What we do now is we blend it with our finger. Some of the areas will have had that in and others won't. But you see how the effect is. Now, when you get to there, we've skipped a bit. We've got a darker bit in the corner, just slightly. And we need to just use our colour shaper to lighten off there. In fact, probably a good idea is to go in with your colour shaper on that, like that. Okay, let's just continue. It doesn't take very long. That bit was left, remember? And we've left the ear alone. So we've got a very slight variation. The reason I do it like this and close up on the subject is we don't want a halo. I've seen so many pictures where you get a halo running all the way around it. Now that doesn't look too good, but that looks great. Now what we can also do is we can put some white back. Now if we just put some white back where we wanted to leave it, like just there, okay? Let me just rub that. It gives a little bit of light. But don't do it everywhere. Another area that we left was here, So if we just put a little bit of light in there, and another perhaps at the top of the head. And that is all I would do. And what about down here? Well, what happens down here is this. Bring the white down a little further, and the grey, and we blend it like that. So what happens is a little Jack Russell, a little bit of ochre in there as well, I think would be nice. Seems to come out of a cloud. Could it? Maybe a little bit dark. A little bit dark. Travel it up, but you don't want it everywhere. Again, just where you feel. That's lovely. And there we are. Fuse the edges. Finished. Isn't that really, really pretty? Now, one thing we've got to do though, we've got to go along the edges. We've got to, because we have, just make sure that that's rubbed in. Got to be careful. That's all right. Good. Okay. You've got to go around the edge with the white first of all. Just break off when you get to there. The background colours interfere a little, so you've got to come back in with the white and make sure that you've got a nice crisp break just there. What I would do is probably make that just a little darker. You do what you have to do. That can be light down there. And on the top. That's all the white. And the rest of it can be, we can use the either the 283, which I'm using at the moment, or if you've got a dark area, I would use the 181. I wouldn't use black here. Use the 181, you see, to go like that. Just picking up the edge. So 283 and 181. One here, 283 here, 181 here, and the rest of it will be the 283. There you go. Lovely. And then we want to put the whiskers back. We've got them on this side, but we haven't got them on there. So just a few little whiskers like that. There you are, folks. Jack Russell. I hope you enjoyed that. There's loads and loads more on our member site, and there's loads and loads more YouTube clips you can have a look at. But this is quite a simple little picture, which I think you're going to thoroughly enjoy. See you soon. Bye for now. Hello, I'm Colin Bradley. I'm going to show you how to draw this gorgeous Border Collie puppy using just 8 pastel pencils. Let me introduce you to the pencils you'll need. Now, the pencils I'm using are made by Faber-Castell. Although you can use any pastel pencil, they all work with this project. Just in case you want to use the Faber, these are the numbers I use. It's 101 white, 230 light grey, 233 mid grey, 182 brown ochre, 131 which is pink, 168 green, 181 Payne's grey, and 199 black. I'm using pastel paper, and this is our own pastel paper that we produce. If you have any problems getting it, it's ombre and it's a sandy colour. This is a great colour, as you will see. It shows up beautifully when you're applying the pencils. It comes in two types. We have a portrait, which is the one I'm using. In other words, the lines are running this way. We also have a landscape pack, but we won't need it for this, and that means the lines are running this way along the length. But we're using this one this time. So let me show you now how you transfer your line drawing, which is on the website, to the pastel paper. Now this is the line drawing that you can get from our website. You can also download the reference picture too, so you'll have all the references you need. But let me show you how you transfer this to your pastel paper. And what we do here is we tape the pastel paper to the board, and I shall do that in a second or two. Now you don't have to do this, but it's a good idea because a backing board gives you just a little bit more rigidity, and it stops the paper moving around, which can be off-putting. Anyway, you need to put this on. Let me show you how this works. Tape it at the top like that. Now I'm using just common or garden masking tape. There's no point in buying really good stuff because, to be honest, you're going to rip it off at the end of the day anyway. So there we are. Let's go all the way around here, show you how you secure it. Now, you can be a bit neater than me if you like in the end, but I don't bother. I just tear it off. But there we are. Okay, now you've got the pastel paper like that. Let me pull back a bit and I can show you how to put the line drawing on. Now you need to place your line drawing squarely on your paper. Just make sure you get it all in. There we are. Then put a bit of tape on the top and secure it. Now you only need it at the top, like that, and it creates a flap for you then, right? Now we use a product called Trace Down. Trace Down is a graphite carbon, and we put the graphite side down, that's the dark area, is the graphite, down onto the paper like that. Then I would suggest you use an H pencil. Now it can be 2H or HB. I wouldn't go to any stronger than 2H because it would cut into the paper. And then all you do is let me just do a little bit for you. Just follow the lines that I've given you. Now you need to be fairly firm with this. Now, if you have black carbon, you can also use that, but you've got to be very careful with that because that is indelible and can't remove it. Let me just do just a little bit so you've got the whole of this ear put in. Put all the marks in that I've given you, because they're all will help you. And then if you look at it, you'll see there's our transfer image. If this isn't strong enough, actually it is, it's good enough, but if it wasn't, you can always go over and add a little bit more pencil because you've got the lines. Okay, so that's how you transfer the line drawing to that. However, if you don't want to do that, what you can do is shortcut it. How do you do that, Cole? Well, how you shortcut it is this line drawing will be on the website, and all you do is to print it off, is to put your pastel paper into the printer, right? And then print it directly onto it, which is what I've done here. So it's just a shortcut. It depends on what you want to do. You can also freehand, but I really wouldn't suggest that, especially if you're starting out. If you get it wrong, you get the eyes in the wrong place or the nose too big, it's going to look awful. So follow my direction on that. There are a few other tools that you'll see me using while drawing this picture, apart from the pencil, which I showed you already. This is a double-ended eraser. This works if there's any areas you're not happy with, you can always rub them out. This rubs out the pastel, so it's really good. The other thing you can use is an ordinary eraser, but you know, if you have a problem getting the double-ended eraser, you can get it from our website, but of course everybody's got the rubbers. This is another tool which I will tell you in the video. It's a good idea to use it, but if you haven't got it, there is another way of doing it. You can use other blenders, but this is really good, and both of these can be found on the website, so no problem. Now, people have a problem when they're sharpening their pencils. I never really suggest a pencil sharpener. A pencil sharpener can crack the lead. It's all right for lead pencils, works very well, but for these you tend to crack it and you could lose more than you have. The electric ones, they're not too bad, but these leads are quite strong and they can clog up an electric. So I don't bother. I use a razor blade, but you can use a Stanley knife. That works really well. Or you can use a scalpel or any other blade. Anyway, you'll find your own way of doing it. So I think I've got everything included in that. So it's a question now of, let's get started. Now I'm going to start with the ear, but just before we do that, there's just a couple of light areas which I'm going to use a white for. And you'll see the sense of this as we proceed. Another thing I will tell you is you want to work in the direction that you see the hair lying in. If you follow the reference picture I've given you, you can clearly make it out. Now we don't need to do too much of this, just enough so that when I come down here I've got what I call stopping points. Now we don't need to do any more of that there because I'm going to start with this here. Now I've just put a little bit of white in there and I'm just going to put just a little touch of ochre. Now this is 182, the 182, the ochre. And just a little bit of that in there. That sets it up so that I can see now where the dark colour has to go. Now we're going to be using 3 colours here to start with. The light grey, the mid grey and the dark grey, which is Payne's grey. Now this is going to be very dark here. However, we don't start off with a dark, because if we do, it's going to be too hard. So we start off with something we call a cushion colour, and that's going to be this grey. But just before we do that, there's just a little bit of lighter grey here. So I'm going to put in the light grey just there. Don't worry too much about this, and this also goes over the top of the head. It's just a little bit lighter. As I say, don't worry about this. It'll all be made clear to you as we go on. Now from now onwards, I'm going to use the mid grey. Again, think of this in working in the fur direction. When you come to this lighter grey, you feed the mid grey back into it, like that. Now you can see, even with those first few strokes, how this is going to turn out with the direction that we see the fur lying in with the ear. Another good idea here is just to go around the outside edge of the ear, just to contain it, like that. Now here I haven't bothered because we're going to have some hair, some of the dog's hair, sticking up. Another problem we're going to have is we're going to put a background on this later on, and what we want to do is we rub that background in, and you can see if we did that and we put the hair up here, we're just going to rub the hair out. So you've got to kind of think of the animal as the hair's going to go up there, but we don't have to worry about it at the moment. We'll do that after the background's finished. Okay, now I'll just continue here and finish this off, and then we'll work on the next colour. Now the next colour I'm going to use is the dark grey. This is 181 Payne's grey in the Faber-Castell range. Now once again we come back into here. I'm not worried about too much about this at the moment. I'll show you why. And we do the same thing here, just bring it round on the outside and fill it in. And once again, don't make a line here, just because it's going to be more ruffled, as I said. It doesn't change until you get to there, and then we bring the line in. Anyway, let me continue that. Again, working in the hair direction. Now that's the dark grey put in. And now let's work on this. First of all, it's going to be dark here, So we'll put the dark in again. This is like a stopping point again, and we left that bit in the middle, and this is the area we use the light grey on. And this time you use the medium grey just to again work the colour in, and you can see that the difference is between here and here. This is light, this isn't. Now there is another thing that I'm going to explain to you. I did show you right at the beginning a colour shaper. Now if you haven't got one of these, it doesn't matter. There is a way you can do it, and that is you can come back in with the grey like I'm doing now, and you can, what we've got to do is fill up all the little holes, and you work the colour you did previously onto it. However, if you've got one of these, it just makes it life just a little easier, because you can now blend it. Now you can even get paper blenders, you can get other rubber blenders, so if you've got one or can get hold of them, use them instead. But this is called a colour shaper, and it really is a fabulous tool to use. And you can see I'm doing all this because it's quite important that you see how this should end up. You see? Now, as I said, if you haven't got one of those, you can still do it, but using the grey instead. Right? So now we're getting close to where we want to be now. So I'm just going to come back in with the dark grey again. Now the fact that we've already rubbed it in, we're going to get a different effect. You see that? And this is where we've got to be just a little bit more subtle. Bring the colour back in, and it's almost a feather-like touch now, because we want to make it dark, but we don't want to make it too dark. All right? Now I'm spending time on this here, but as we progress through, I won't spend quite so much time showing you all of this, because you've already seen it once. And here we need to come back in with this dark grey. The fact that we've got the light grey underneath it means it will never be really dark again. Got it? Now that's looking really good now. Now a couple of things we can do now. We can, first of all, we can add a very dark colour, and this is black. Now black on its own would be devastating, you can't use it, but you can use it as a darkening agent. So what I want to do here is just make this fur, or hair should I say, just here, just a little bit darker, just a touch. Alright, and also on the edge, using the black. Don't have to go up this edge, it's just this edge where we're going to make it really where there's a shadow. Alright? Okay, now here we can use the two colours we've used previously just to add a little bit of extra light. Go, put the light, mid-grey on. I do the mid-grey first. Now you'll see what's happening now. We're getting a slightly different tone. And this, all the fur is done in the same way. But you don't have to leave it at that. You can now use the lighter grey, which is the one we first started with, on this area, and you can use that just to put a little bit of sheen on. See? Like that. And here it's going to be even lighter. And just a touch of the colour shaper, just to make that look a little bit more realistic. And there you go. That's one ear done. So I'm going to carry on now. I'm going to use this. What I'm going to do is what I call a stop-start. I'll be going all the way through here, all the way on the top of the ear, and coming into this area here using the same system that I've showed you, but it'll be little bits and pieces as I go through. But you'll see a bit of everything. that's nearly it. That's the first layers on. Now what I'm doing now is just lining up with the lightest grey. Having put the mid grey back on, I'm now using the light grey just to re-establish some of the light hair coming through there. And then we can also use the black sparingly now, because we'll be using a lot more of it later on. But here we can just come down and just give ourselves a little more strength down there like that, and just a little spot in here. As I said, the black is a darkening agent, and that's what we're using it for. Another area that we're going to use it here is just there. It just gives a little bit of definition for the hair at the base of the ear to give a little bit of detail, and that can be brought back in like that. And another area here is exactly the same. You can bring in just a little bit of black, and that will travel, and that will go all the way down here, which we can't really do very much with that at the moment because we've got these two here to do. Now we start off here with some few different colours. Start with the light grey. Oh no, here we'll start with the white. Put a white here. And these are hairs in the ear, so we've got to make them look like that eventually. We don't have to worry about it too much at the moment. A little bit of light in the back, and just a little spot of light. All we're doing here is putting in just a little bit of light so that when we put the other colours in a minute, they're going to register better. Like now, for instance, this is going to be the ochre. And do the same thing again. Just put a little bit of ochre in the ear, and it can come all the way up here. By putting that little bit of light in, it just lightens up the ochre. Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Now, another colour that we can also add just a little bit of light in is the pink. This is going to be put in top of the white, giving us rather a nice looking, a bit of white in there too. Now normally when I do my other artwork, I use a lot more colours, but here I'm restricting it. It makes it easier for you to understand if I don't make too many colours. But normally we could add a lot more colour, but that looks good. Now we've got to darken it now, so I'm going to use a dark grey or mid grey, and that will then start to give us a little bit of closing in on those areas I've just done. Got it? And now I'll show you all of this because it's tricky. Of course it picks up from here. It's already beginning to look good, so let's just carry on. A little bit of dark on that edge of the ear, picking up on that bit, like that. And then bring this in. Now this scumbling action that you see is when there isn't any really set line to work from. And I can come into the pink too, and then we can bring the ear in. Now that was quite tricky, and it's going to be even trickier when I come to the next colour, which is the dark grey. And here there's a danger of losing what you've already done. So just first of all pick up the bits that you know you're going to be working on, that know are dark. Even if you switch about like I'm doing now, you look at the reference picture, you'll see these areas. And then what it does, it cuts down the areas that you have to fill in, like that. And then we can bring that bit up in here, like that. Just a little bit of detail, which makes such a difference to the ear. And now I'm going to resist using black for the time being, but really we will be using it. Okay, now that looks pretty good. It looks a little bit indistinct and it's very difficult to understand what's going on. But that's how it is, and that's how we see it. Now I've got a little bit of light grey. I haven't used light grey yet in this here. Let's put a little bit of light grey in, and this can act almost like a blender really to give yourself just a little bit of a blend in there, like that. Let's come back with the pink, because now we can be a little bit bolder now, because we now know where the pink is going. A little bit of white as well in there. That looks good. And come back with your ochre and re-establish that. Now you do this 2 or 3 times until it looks like the reference picture. So I'm going to carry on with that, doing what I've just suggested to you. And let's put a little bit more pink in there, like that. So now you've got all the tools, all the colours. Now you've got to make that look like the reference picture. Bring your reference picture alongside you here so that you can copy it. But that's the foundation. So I'm going to carry on working on that for a little while, and you'll see the finished results. Okay. See, when you can bring the hairs back, like that looks good. Okay, over here we haven't got quite so much of a problem, but let me show you this. We've got the same idea. We want to put the grey in. We've already put the ochre in, we did that earlier. So now we've got to put the grey in, which closes in on what we've done. You may in fact elect to do this first, because it will give you a practice run, because it's not as involved as that. Would have been if this here had been up here, but it isn't. Fortunately, we've only got one here to worry about. Now, having done that, then you can bring your dark grey 181 Payne's grey in. Oops, sorry. It's my glasses hitting one of my lamps. I'm a little bit close to the picture. Now you see how that's now beginning to work. And you close in on that until again it represents what you see in the reference picture. Now there isn't any pink in the air, but I'm going to put a little bit in on the reference picture I've got. There's no pink, but I like the idea of a little bit of pink. So, and then re-establish the white, and then carry on bringing that to look like the reference picture. It nearly is now, but I'm going to advance it just a little bit further so that I can then show you how we can then use the black to really make those areas stand away. Now it's time that we can use the black pencil. What we've got to do now is to put the depth in. Now you've got to be careful when you come around the whites. Cut into them, because if the black goes on top of the white, you're going to find it very difficult to reinstate that white. Okay, so make sure you take a bit of care around there, and then that's darkened, then that comes out into the main area like that. And what it does, it leaves this area darker. Right? Same here. I've already started this off, so I've just got to finish it. And darken under there. This is where, as long as you follow the reference picture, you'll be able to put that black in, which will give you the punch that is needed to create this edge, like that. And then that can be brought back in to the ear, just picking up, once again, just pick your spots. Don't put too much in too quick. Add a little bit of design to it. It doesn't have to be the same as mine, as long as you get the idea. That looks lovely. Okay, now we just got to come back in now with just a little bit of black into the fur or hair, like that. It just adds just a little bit of extra detail to the picture. And I can come all the way where you've got the light end on here, you're just sparing with the black. Now you probably need a sharp black, but what I do is twist the pencil round as I do it. That keeps the point sharp. And then you can come back into these areas. I'm going to show you in a minute how you can bring that white back. But once again, like I told you over here, once you put the black on top of the white, it's really hard then to bring it back. This is where fur direction also plays an important part. You see, as I'm moving towards this edge, I'm coming over just a little bit more on the horizontal when it gets to there. Okay, that looks fabulous. Now, you've got a bit of practice with that. It's a good idea maybe to just bring the black in now to the ear and do the same idea. Just put a little bit of it. It's got to be pretty sharp, your black, so make sure that you've got a point on it, otherwise it won't register. And a little bit there, and there we are. Now that whole area is now done. So what we're going to do now, we're going to bring the black down again and surround the eyes. Again, you've seen me do it, but there's a couple of points that I want to make to you. Just in here, there's a little bit of light. So, put a little bit of white down, and there's another one on the other side, like that. And that can have the greys on it as well, but when we get down to there, it's white. So, what I'm going to do here is make sure that we've got a stopping point. Here is another area that's going to be white. And here, of course, we already know, if you look at the reference picture, that's going to be white. So if you put these in, you know that you're going to have to stop before you get there. Okay. A couple of other little small areas. You see, I stopped here and stopped there. Well, that's because there's also the same idea as this. There's also some light put in just above the eye, like that. And again, it's a good idea to put that in. So follow me, follow what I'm doing. And then when we come to do the black, it's going to work out. What I would also do at this stage is put a little bit of white. Don't put too much because it's quite dark on this eye. But want a little bit of white around the eye, and that means that when we put the black on, which is going to go all of these areas that haven't been touched, we'll make sure that we've got no contamination of the warmth. Got the idea? It's all working out all right, isn't it? So we'll start off. Now, I wouldn't worry too much about any light fur here. I'd go straight in with the grey. Now, I'll just start you off, and then you can watch me as I go through this. Again, same idea here. You don't want to make that solid, but here you want to make it a little darker on top of that eye area we've just done. Got it? Like that. And then you close in on that to make that look more natural. But you'll see that as I go through. I'll show you most of these areas. All right. Again, work in the direction that you see the fur lying, the hair lying in, like that, for instance, and it would come out like that. And over here, it would come away like that. Okay, but up here, you'll get the idea of that. Okay, let me continue, and I'll come down right down to here, and we'll finish this off. I'll then, just before I do the eye, I want to show you how we can develop the tones in the white, because we can't just leave it stark white. That's all blended in nicely. Now, all I'm doing is just going over again with the grey, as you've seen me do before. Just filling up any little holes, lightening it a little bit, before then putting the black over the top. It's creating the texture. And I'll do the same with the other side in a minute. Now, having done that, really, the next thing to do is just to make these look just a little bit more presentable. And we do that by using the ochre, a little bit of ochre. It's nice to have just a touch of colour in the picture. And I'll do the same with there. And then the white pencil, just picking up just a little bit of that light flash, like that. As long as you've got the white underneath it, which you saw me put in, this is going to work really well, like that. Okay, and I should do the other side. And then I want to show you how we start the ball rolling here. Before I do that, I'm actually also going to bring this down just a little bit further to level with the nose. Then I can show you the whole of this area. And again, even though it's white and doesn't show up the fur direction very much, it's still a good idea to practice doing it. So what you do is you swing it round like that. And of course down here you do the reverse. So when you come to the middle, it's straight. Coming to the side, it's one side and then it goes that way. It's not, as I say, it's quite so important with the white, but it certainly is when you put the other colours in a minute. Okay, looking good though. Let me finish this off and then I can show you how we use the greys and a little bit of ochre in there. Now it's time to fill up some of the holes. Now this light grey is a really good blender. So what I'm doing now is going over all of the white again, fur direction, or hair direction, and putting in the grey. Now it doesn't see very much, but look at the difference between that and that. Anyway, I should do the same down there in a minute. But what we want to do is to put some colour in it, or tones in it. Now I'm using the mid-grey now, and you can see that it adds just, be careful with this, you don't want to put too much in. But the secret to this is we can put the white back in again, still working in the direction that we see the hair lying in. Right? Now isn't that nice? Okay, now what we can do now is we can go back in and put some more white in. Now this has had now 4 applications of colour. White, the light grey, the mid-grey, and now the white again. And that is stunning. It's exactly what we want. Now we want it down here too, but I won't worry about that yet. Now you've seen me do that. What we can also do, if we've got a nice sharp white, we can also pick up just the odd. Now the thing to do, the secret to this, is to twist the pencil as you do it. And you can go in and make that look really attractive. See that? Twist the pencil as you go along. That retains the point. And it stops you from bringing the dark matte in. Even if you did, it wouldn't really matter. Let me just do a little bit. Look, you see? You can then just redo, put the white back in again. So it wouldn't be critical. You do it wrong. Now, next thing to do is the eyes. And the first thing is the light in the eye, both eyes. And then we want just a little light grey on the outside. Now I've already got a little bit of white on the outside of that eye, and let's just reinstate that a little more clearly. Some of the grey's been put on top of it, so we've got the white there, and then we've got the grey in here. Do it both eyes. It's a good idea to do both eyes at the same time. And there's not a lot of work in these. And then we use the mid-grey to cut round the light in the eye. Got it? Like that. Do the same with the other side. Now that's starting to look great, but it's going to look even better now because I'm going to put some green on. And this is the first time we've used this colour, and we don't want to use much of it, but just a little bit of green on the inside edge. Okay, like that. Same on the other side. Now that grey is too strong. That's green, sorry, is too strong. So we have to temper it. Now what I'm going to do is immediately I'm going to put black on the pupil. They're too small really to put the three colours on. That's the mid-grey, dark grey, and then black, so that's four colours. Here we only really want the two colours, and that's working out really well. As I say, you've got to cut round that light in the eye, and even if, as you can see, you interfere with it, you can always reinstate it once you've got the white underneath it, and bring it back like that. Now, using the grey, you put the grey on top of the green, but when you come down here, lighten your pressure, so it's strong up here, and then down when you come down here, it's a little weaker. Now I won't do that one because I want you to see how much a difference it makes, and I can do that off camera, but it's the same process. Now I'm going to use the dark grey. This is 181, and that does make quite a difference, as you can see. And I'm going to use just a little spot of ochre in the eye as well, into the green, and this stops it from being a green eye. Now you can see, look at the difference between that and that, and you can put colours back in. You can put the green, as I will do in a minute, back in again, but look at that already, how good that is. Now just to finish really this off, we want to bring in and darken the outside edge of the eye. This is where we put the white originally, and just on the very inside edge there's a little bit of dark. Now really this needed to be just a little stronger than that, but I think I've got the message. Then we can use the grey on top of that. See how now it gets a little bit tricky, because now you've got to start interfering with it, that eye, the light around the edge. But don't worry, because I'm going to show you how you can bring it all back, make it that dark inside, like that. Put a little bit more green on, because we do want it to be a greeny ochre eye. I'll pay you to play this over again, and then what you can do is we can bring back a little bit of white here, not much, just a little bit, to bring back that lovely tone. A little bit of black around there, we'll finish it off. There you go. Now, I'm going to sharpen the pencils because although I've been using these pencils fairly blunt, really we do need to have them a little sharper. But I think you'll agree that that looks pretty good. So let me sharpen the pencils. I'll come back, finish this eye off, and then you'll have a direct comparison between this one and that one. Now, I brought you nice and close now so that I can really show you how you can use your sharper pencils to create the finishing touches to this eye. First of all, go around the inside edge using the black. Don't use anything other than this, the black, because you've already put in the grey there. You can get away with the black. Now, what we want to do now is just there. We want to make a little inroad into the edge, like that. Don't do it on the other side, it's just that side. Now, this is tricky, because what we want to do is to bring the black down on the top of the eye, creating the shadow. This is what creates the wonderful glassy look to the eye. And it comes down to there, like that. As I said, always be in mind that you've got to revisit the light from time to time. Okay, that's great. And then we can put just a little bit more green in, just a spot. And a little spot of the ochre. Now, I haven't sharpened this up, but it doesn't really matter. This is not critical. Now, isn't that looking great? Now, just here, we want to bring a little bit of dark. Again, use the black to lift the eye slightly. There. And then that can go right up into, see, it lifts the eye, which is rather nice. Let's put a little bit of that white back in again. Now, the other thing is, with a little, because we've got a nice sharp white, we can just put just a little spot of light just there. See how nice that is. Down here, what we want to do is to bring this grey, fuse it a little more so it doesn't become quite so stark against the edge. But that looks pretty good. And now a little bit of dark grey. You could use black here. Just bring in that in there. Now that's really quite spectacular. I love the eye. I'm just going to use a little bit of grey there. Now, if you had a blender, I've got a blender, but I'm not going to use it. You can use the grey as a blender, and that just takes some of the roughness away from that. But look at that beautiful eye we have. So there we are. Just a little more titivation. Now, as I say, you may not want to go this far. You don't have to. It looks good as it is. And with the black now, we can just finish it off by adding just a little more black. The darker you make, the stronger you make the contrast between the black and the light grey, the better it will be. That looks great. So there's one eye. Now I'm going to do the other one, and what I'll do is I'll do the other one, and you'll see how, as I go along, in stop-start fashion, I won't do it real time, you'll see how that now compares with this one. You see, it's a lot smaller than that, and that's because I shall be bringing and closing in on the eye like that, making it Just a little smaller. Okay. Right, next thing we're going to be doing would be the nose and this area around the mouth and over the top of the nose. But before we do that, I just want to show you how we can just plan out the next procedure. Now what I'm going to do, this is all going to be black, and we're going to have black here, but everywhere else will be white, or they will also have black on or here. We'll signify it with grey. What I'll do is that will be a little darker there. It's always a good idea. I mean, you won't have to do this because I already set this out for you, but it's nice to sometimes see how I go about planning it. So that's going to be very dark. That's going to be the same, but we'll have to have that darker than that, otherwise it won't show up. Okay, and everywhere else is going to be white. So the reason for me doing this is to do this little bit. Now we've got white here and we've got white here, but we can't have two whites together. So I'm going to show you how you can make the head stand away from the body, which is quite important. And it's important really to do it at this stage, even though I won't finish this off. It's a good idea to start the ball rolling. Now we need quite a strong white in here, like that, and into that the grey. Now this is the lighter grey, and you know what this does, it makes everything much smoother. And then we want the mid-grey, and I can come in around that area now, and you can probably see what I'm going to do now. That is going to be much, much darker there. So let's just make it quite strong. It's also a good idea just to put a little spot of ochre in as well. That stops it from being too boring. And then, folks, what you've got to do is to blend it. And you've got to get rid of all that black that's on the colour shaper. Now, if you haven't got one of these, don't worry. You can use the lighter grey and then the dark grey again, and that will blend it in. But if you've got a blender, then that saves you a lot of time. strong blended tone. Now you'll see the sense of it. Now we can put the white in, but the white, of course, will be strong. Now, I'll finish this off, but it's going to come all the way up here. But you can see now how that now will stand away against that. And that will be just a little bit darker than it is now. Okay, now let me just go round the nose carefully, like that. And then I'll fill all this in. And then what I'll do is I'll fill this in the same way as I've done that. And again, I'll show you in stop-start fashion how that's done. But it'll all be done. The only thing I've got to say here is I would put a bit of grey in here to start off with. This is where the mouth is going to be. And that stops you from bringing the white too far down. Got it? Anyway, let me finish that off. Then I'll show you how we get to this level down here. And then after that, I'll come back and narrate the nose for you. Nearly finished. Now, just here, I'm going to put just a little bit of pink in. It doesn't have to go into the rest of the fur, it's just around the snout. It's very pretty and it makes a big difference. There we are, that's fine. Now just in here we put just a little bit of black. Not too much, we don't want to make too much of this. There we are. And you can just use, in fact I think I'll probably use a white really here. Because it really needs to have a few whiskers like that. Now, coming back in here we bring the white back again. Working in hair direction. Leave it quite strong round here though, because it's going to be under the nose. Once we put the nose in, we may even have to darken this a little more, but at the moment it's looking fine. Okay, and we can just bring the odd little hair in like that. Again, don't have to make too much of that. Right. Okay, time for the nose. First thing we're going to do is put a bit of white in there. Now, this is not going to end up being white, but we want a little light in there, and we want a little bit of light in here. And then on the top part of the nose, you use the light grey, like that. And the light grey can also go on top of that white that we just put in there, because that's going to be a lot darker than that. Now, to make the nostrils really stand out, you need to put them in strong with the dark grey, 181. This is going to look a little silly until we put the rest of it in, and that can come up like that. And that goes round there like that. And then we use the grey. This is the key one, 233. And although you would look at this nose and think how difficult it was, if you follow my lead on this, you'll find it's not as hard as you think it's going to be. So a little bit of extra strength there, using the grey at the moment, but that will be replaced by the dark grey in a little while. Now you see why I said put the light in here, because once I finish this nose off, you'll find, well, just this section anyway, you'll find it looks pretty good even before we put the dark colours on, which is going to look spectacular then. Got it? So that's the first step, really. The next step is not to put the grey on there, which you would expect, is to actually put the dark grey in now and follow the same pattern that you used with the mid-tone grey. Already you can see where I'm going with this. It's linked up with the nostril, coming down here like that. Now this is where you can make that darker. And then you want to make this a little darker too. Now the fact that we put the nostril in without putting any undertone in it means that it's going to still retain its strength. Got it? But just to make sure, we go over that area with the black now. So that's only had two colours on it, the dark grey and the black. And it looks good. Now we can then put in the mid-grey on top, but this time go around the white that we put on to start with. Now we're getting really close to finishing now, and I think you can see how that's all going to work out. If you've got one of these, use it. If you haven't got one of these, don't worry, because we're going to be putting more grey on. But it's always a nice idea just to blend it if you have a colour shaper. And now we've got to go back in and make that work for us. Using the dark grey again, we come in with just a little bit more strength now. That would be a good idea to put that in black too, that division. Quite an important part of a nose, that little, put that in black. And then use the dark grey to reinstate the depth. This time you can go over the top. The first time we've put the dark grey on top. Lovely. And now this is when it gets a bit tricky. We're going with the black now, because it's a black nose, and we're going to be making this a little stronger. I do a little section at a time to show you how this is going to work. Much lighter touch, still black, because we want this to fade a bit. Same again down here. Now this is quite hard. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to end up like mine. use it. Much lighter touch. You can see already how good that's coming up. Losing a little bit of the light here, but we're going to be putting that back. Now you see what I meant about that being now too light. Okay, now we're nearly there. All we need to do is right on the top of the nose, we use the grey. That was the first colour we used here. And just blend it so that we have the light just on the top. And here we want to put the grey, picking up the light that we put in there, on the other side as well. And then the white can be put back in. But this time, instead of making it a very distinct line, we can put just a little lighter edge. Now isn't that gorgeous? If you feel like it, just a little spot there, and a little spot there, doesn't do any harm at all. And I think you'll agree that that is now looking pretty stunning. Could we put some ochre in it? Yes, we can. But don't put much. Maybe just a little on the side, like that. It always adds just a bit of tone and colour to the nose. And the only thing I would also do there is maybe with a bit of black, just here, just a little bit of extra depth. Okay, and then put that little V back, like that. There we are, done. Now, as I said, now that does look too light now, so now we just come in with the, use the dark grey, and just darken that just a little bit more. Don't have to blend it. You can just do what I've done there, and that looks great. Okay, so that's the nose done. Now we're moving down to here, and I'll pull away again, and I'll start the ball rolling. This is going to be white primarily, and that's going to be grey primarily, so I'll be using that on there, and that on there, in my usual stop-start fashion. Well, that's filled most of that in, and before I continue, I want to show you how we can get round this similar problem here, down here. Now what we have, this leg, this is the leg that's prominent. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use the grey, come down here. And the other thing is this hair here on his front has also got some shadow, so I'm going to follow that along here. But now we can see clearly that that's where this stops. This is still going to be white though. Now just here we have another little problem, because here the leg is behind this area. Now it's a little complicated, so let's probably go through that again. Now, having done that, we can then bring the white down like that, which solves this problem. And we can come up in here, knowing that we've got this barrier between us. But when we get over here, we've also got the direction of fur to worry about, which comes more or less straight there. That will link up with that one. So, what happens over here? Well, we have a white area here, which is the leg, and that comes up to there, but once again we want to make sure that we don't have interference. Now all of this is going to be a little complicated for you, but so was the nose, wasn't it? And that worked out. So that's the foreleg, that's one leg, that's another leg. Now it could be that you don't want to do this, and if you don't, you can always cut it off there, okay? But I think it's interesting to be able to put just a little bit more of the animal in. Okay, so now we've got that solid, but we now have these points. Now, what's the benefit of those? Well, I would say that if it was me, I would continue this, but we've got to be careful. We don't want to bring it down to here, but we want to make it just that little bit stronger. So let's just play with this bottom half. Now, normally, if you've done work with me before, you'll know that I don't usually work this way, but these must. And in this case, when we've got a lot of white fur, we've got to make it work for us. So we're going to be bringing that white fur in with a bit of shade. And same here on the leg. Okay, now we have all of those areas now that I was telling you about are picked out. We don't have to worry about them. So what we need to do here is make this just a little stronger, and then we can get on up here. So that becomes, and again, if you've got one of these, the colour shaper, use it. If you haven't, you just have to use the grey. Now, I did use the ochre, and so I'm going to do that again. Just a little. And I think now you can see what I'm talking about. I've left that deliberately so that you can see how we can produce this effect here without actually having to worry about that bit. But in the end, this will be light again. Okay. I don't think I need to go anymore. I've now got that sorted out. I mean, obviously, we'll be putting some more white here, over there, but we really can't do that until we've done all these other areas. But I think you've got the message there and how that is now going to work out down the bottom. So let's continue with this now. Using the grey to develop the fill-up. You can see that working really well. So let me continue with that in the stop-start. And over here, I should do the same thing, but this time we'll be using the dark grey here. This is how it's all going to look when it's finished. And then I will use my colour shaper, like that. But you'll see all this as we move down. Let's fill that in nicely. Now just here, we'll just finish this off, because although I've separated this out, the reason I did that is because this is the leg that's coming down here. So we want the leg to finish around here, but I don't want to make it obvious. And I'll show you how that works. That's got to be put in again. That's solid, and I've got to repeat it with the 181, which I was using, but you notice that I've made that just a little spot darker. I'm just concentrating on the 181, just a little more pressure on. And now when you get to here, this is where we've got to make a very distinct difference between this and this, this and this. And now bring this down as well. And now it all ties up. Fill that in. And then we use the colour shaper or the grey, whichever you're using, or other blender. Doesn't matter, as long as what we do now is get that solid, because we're going to use the black now. That's it, great. Now we know that that is the edge of the white. So with the black, bring the black in nice and strong against that edge, and then continue it up. And then just about there, where the shoulder would be, we can merge it together. And down there, where that back hind area is on the puppy, and we can come in with the black now and complete it like that. Now that's got that. Now what do we do about this head? Well, we come back in as we have done all the way along the line with the other black on the animal, with just a little bit more finesse. But because we've got this nice solid area, we're conscious of it, we know where it is, and just about here it will all merge together. Now I hope that's not too complicated for you. I would suggest that you re-watch this video a couple of times, especially in these difficult areas, and just see if you can get the hang of what I'm doing, because it really is very rewarding. We've still got to come back with the white over the top of this, but that's something we can sort out later on. And if you've got, again, you can use the grey to do this with, or you can use a colour shaper. This really depends on what you have now. And here you can start to work that little bit of magic, this area. Just going over what we've just done. And now it just suggests, you see what I mean? It suggests that that dark area extends into there. And here you can't really see it. But the shape of the animal and that little bit of white that comes up there, and when we finish it off we'll be putting more white over the top, will give you the effect that we're looking for. Got it? And that's not the end, because we will be putting some more light colour on here as well, just like that. It's a little bit early to do it at the moment, but I will, and that will emphasise that still further. Okay, let me continue now then with the black, and I'll also do this side, and this is very similar to that, and exactly what I'm doing here. Use the grey, and then you use the 181, hang on, grey I've got already, 181, and then a little bit of black, and it'll end up like that. And then we're nearly finished. Now we've got to bring the white back. We've got an idea to turn it round to do this. Now we don't want the hair on the dog's chin to be too long, but we want to bring it over the top of the shadow that I put, like that, and bring it back into the picture. Otherwise it looked like a line round there. Go to the other side. Right up to there. Bring it back. Now there are lots of hairs as well, lots of whiskers coming down, so having done that, let's just put a few more in. They're just odd little whiskers that are very endearing. Okay, that's got that. Now coming this way, use the white pencil as I'm showing you here to come over the top of the dark areas. Now remember, I had said to you earlier, what we do is we twist the pencil. Now we don't want to make it too regimental, so we'll just do a little bit and then just do the odd longer hair. Come all the way up to there. Carry on. Now we've got a background here to worry about, so we'll need to go back over this at a later date once we get the background in. So we can do the best we can at the moment. Follow the pattern that you've already created here. It'll be almost certainly be different to mine. If I did it again, it would be different again. But you can see the lights and darks. So, and holding the pencil like I am is a good idea, because you get a better flow that way. If you try to be too precise, it doesn't work so well. Turn the picture around as you do it, so all the time you're pushing this pencil in. And you'll notice that I hardly ever take the pencil off the paper. This again gives you a better effect. Now coming around to the other side. Now here again we've got to twist the pencil. And again, the more random you can be, the more interesting the picture will become. Can't do any more there because of the background. Let's continue. All those fluffy areas that we had have now all disappeared. Well, almost, just that one left. But watch how we get over that. Great. Now we're nearly there. Now this leg here, I'll just turn it round again, because this is the leg that has the light on it. I think that's more or less finished. Let's have a look at it the other way up. Oh, stunning. Beautiful. Now what can you do about this? Well, it's not bad as it is, but you can put some more light in it if you wish. I should play with this a little bit myself. Any little bits of sparkle that you see, just get rid of them. And you can also use the black if you want to put just a little bit of more depth in, just here and there. I think it does look better with a slight variation rather than just plain colour. I love that little hair that I've got there. Can you see it? Like that. I like it so much, I'm going to do a couple more. This is what would happen. Now, I can do it over here once I've got the background in, which is the next thing we're going to do. Now, that is a lot easier than you think. If you could leave it like that, but it's a little bit plain and not very interesting. But if you use the grey, and I'm going to use this grey, let me show you how this is going to work. Now, you have to interfere with the image. You can't do anything about that. But I'll show you later how we can bring that back to really good effect, in fact. And don't worry about it. Now, this grey goes on solid. And I'll do this little bit and then I'll complete it all round. You've just got to be careful when you go around the dark areas. Be as careful as I am But don't worry the fact that you're making it rather odd looking because there's no hair coming over. Okay, now I think that's enough. Now you can either use a blender or, better really, to use your finger and come right up close to the animal. I know I'm touching it and I can't do anything about that, but trust me when I say that I can bring all that back. There we are. Now that's what I want all round there. Well, that's all the grey done. Now we're going to put a green and an ochre on. It will pick up the eyes beautifully, but we don't want to put much on. So it's probably a good idea to do a very light coat to start with. And if it's not light dark enough, you can do it again. But this is a really easy background to do. You see I'm putting just a little bit of tone in. The fact that we've got the grey underneath it will stop this from being too strong. There we are now. And now the ochre. Really about even amount of both. Now I've done this so you can see this is what this will look like when I rub this in. Watch. What we're doing, of course, is mixing the grey, green and the ochre together. But it's a lovely, smooth and great background. It's going to pick up these eyes beautifully when we're finished. So I'm going to continue with that. Let me just do a tiny bit more for you. Take your time. There is really no rush. It's a little bit of ochre, then with your finger. Now when you get to the edge of that, this is where it will be a little tricky. Now if you have got a blender, you won't have a problem, because all you need to do is bring the blender off and push the colour up into there. If you haven't got a blender of any kind, then the other way of doing it is to use the grey and push the colour up. One way or another you'll be able to do it. Okay, so let me now complete the rest of this all the way around there, and then it's almost finished. We're just going to go over the edges of the animal, just put the fur into the background, and that'll be finished. Right, we've got to put all the hair back. You see we have rather a bald puppy at the moment, so I'm going to start on this end, and I'll show you. I should do all of it for you so you can see. Now you need to bring the white, you won't come too far on this leg particularly. Now I would use the 181 and the white. Don't be tempted to use the black for here. There's one. And all we need to do is just to extend what we've already done. Again, you don't want it to be too regimental. What you want to do is to try to have some of the hairs longer than others. That's quite nice. Like that. And over here. You see, I'm still turning the pencil. If you get into a habit of that, it's always going to work out. Now we come to some more white. Be a little bit more ambitious. And then maybe just a touch more, and then pick up on fur again. Now this fur here is quite shortish. It doesn't extend out. So you don't want to make it too long. Follow what you've already done there. Right. Now on that edge, it's very dark. So although I said we're going to use the 181, here I'm going to use the black because it is really dark there. And the other ear is going to be the same when we get to it. Like that. And then here, you remember when we were doing this, I said that the ear is fairly flat here. You don't want to extend them. So bring it in like that. Come from the ear. Don't also just do the edge, otherwise you'll have a line round there. Now this is here. This here is where we have. Do you remember I said we were going to have to bring some of the hairs over. Until it gets to there, and then it flattens off. Now that's lovely. Let's just extend that just a little bit here. Now we can't use light hair here, it just won't work. Here again, it's quite short. So we don't want to extend them too much there. Let's bring it back. And even though I'm only doing short hairs, I'm still trying to work in the fur direction. Now here again, we've got to bring some of that hair over. And this here is the same. But before I do this, let me do the black that I was telling you about. The black is quite strong there. Like that. And then curl it round and use the 181 like that. And there we have again some hairs until it gets to there. You see how natural though that looks. Okay, let's carry on. Short hair again. And all down this edge here, we have the same as we had on the other side. So, again, you'll see me twist the pencil. And again, working in the direction that I see the hair, until I get to there. And then we've got just the odd white hair. This last bit is something between this and this. In other words, it's got the hair is longer, therefore you'll have the hair like that. And then I'm going to use a bit of black here just to, because I want that to be a little more prominent. And that, folks, is it. Well, almost. We've got the odd hair. Let me just show you. I'm going to use the 181 and the white, but really the 181 will show up better. Just the odd whisker. Without whiskers. And remember I did a few down here, well, just add a few more. And the reason I said don't do white is because white doesn't show up. It will show up on the background, so let's just do the odd one. That's fine. And the other side. There we are. That's fine. And I think, now you may look at that and think, gosh, don't they go out a long way? Well, folks, I've got to do. Finished. Now, I hope you've enjoyed that. One other thing you may want to do, if you've made such a fantastic job of the picture, you might want to sign it. Now, let me show you what I would do. Come up a little bit, always come up. And the other thing is, I might wish, or you might wish, to cut some of this off. Sorry, you can't see that. Like that. So you don't want to start here, because if you start there and right in the corner, your framer, if you're going to have it framed, is going to have to follow that. So the best idea is to come in and up, and I would start there, something like that. And then, now I put my signature on it, and you will put yours. I would always advise you to keep something simple. Don't do anything too elaborate. My original signature was unreadable, but that, as you can see, makes it very clear who did it. Well, there we are. I hope you've enjoyed that, and if you have, then we've got dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of animal pictures on our website, on our members site. So if you want to have a go at more, join us there. See you again. Bye. Hello, I'm Colin Bradley. I'm going to be showing you how to do this gorgeous tiger picture using just 6 pastel pencils. Now, the reference picture, the list of instructions and the line drawing can all be downloaded from our website. The pastel paper you'll see me using for this project is my favourite, which is a sand ombre pastel paper, 160 gram. Now, if you do have any problem getting it, we do sell it on our website in pad form. But you can use any pastel paper you like. The only proviso is that it's a neutral colour. You don't want anything too dark, because that will show through the finished picture. Now, you can print the line drawing from the website directly onto your pastel paper. That's not difficult, through your printer. Or there is another way. What you do is you secure this to a board. I would suggest a hard board is ideal. You'll be seeing me using that later on. Tape it along the top using a bit of tape so it doesn't move around. And then tape your line drawing on top of that. And again, another piece of tape. So that what you get is in fact a flap like that. Then we use trace down is ideal here. What this is, it's a graphite carbon. You place it between the two, like that, and then you use a sharp pencil and you go over the outline, and that then leaves the imprint on your pastel paper. I don't have to do that because I've already got one ready, so we're off and ready to go. Now, the pastel pencils that I prefer to use are made by Pastel. They're called Pitt, and they are my particular favourites. But you can use any pastel pencils with this picture, but these are, in my opinion, the best. And they're all colour numbered. We've got colour numbers on them, which I should be referring to from time to time. But let me just run through the colours with you. You've got 101, which is white, 184, which is yellow ochre, 273, which is a warm grey, 186, which is terracotta, 176 is brown, and we've got 199 black. Now, it's always a good idea to tape your picture onto a board of some kind. I'm using hardboard, which is very manoeuvrable, as you'll see as I progress with the picture. I can turn it round easily. And the other thing that I'll point out to you is you want an eraser of some kind. Now, we hope we don't need it, but if we do, then I've got two here. The normal eraser, which is you can get locally. A soft one is ideal for the pastel pencil. You don't want anything too hard. And the other one I'm using here, which is available on our art store, is a double-ended eraser. One's hard, which you don't use very often, and the soft one is my favourite. And I don't think we're going to be needing it, but if you do, it's useful to have. And the other thing is to sharpen the pencil. Now I prefer a blade of some kind. Now a blade, a standing knife, scalpel, in my opinion is better. Electric pencil sharpeners do work too. But these manual ones can break the lead, but you know, you'll find what's best for you. Okay, let's get started. I'm going to start with the ear here, but it's a good idea to have your reference picture as close as you can so that you can see what you're doing, and of course you'll be able to see what I'm doing as well, following me. The other tip that I can give you is very often, especially when you've got a picture as large as this, you can inadvertently transfer some of the oil from your hand onto the picture, and that can affect the pastel pencil application later on. So what I do is I put a bit of cartridge paper just to protect the surface. Okay, so let's get going now. I'm going to start off by using the white, and I'm going to bring you closer in a minute, but I just get this started. You want to work in the direction of the fur. Now you see here we've got a darker area. Well, if we were to put the white underneath that, the darker colours we're going to put on top wouldn't register. So what we do is we leave that to another colour in a minute. I'm just do all the way around here and show you this. And then what I'll do now is break off. Just before I break off though, I have what's called a stopping point. Now a stopping point is where I put some pastel. You can see what I'm doing is this area here, the top of the head. And the idea of this is to give me somewhere to stop, somewhere to work up to when I put the dark colours in more than I use the white. Still working in the direction of the fur. Okay. Right, so let me bring you closer, and the next thing I'm going to be doing is finishing the white here. Still working in the fur direction, and you see that I've left that area. Small areas like that you don't have to worry about. Okay, now that needs to be quite solid, so try to fill up as many of the little holes that you can. That's the pastel paper showing through. That's it. Now the other thing we want to do is to just grade back into, from here, very lightly back into, because we don't want a hard line there, which we'll get if we don't do this. Okay, right, let's move on to the next colour. Now the next colour is the grey, and that can be put in that area, and I didn't put any white underneath. Get the idea? Okay. Now that's all that little bit there, well, that's not going to affect it because as you see it's much lighter. And then we want to bring the colour back up. Now you see, as I'm coming into the white, can you see how weak it is there? That's because we've got the white underneath, but that's fine because that's what we're looking for. Like that, right? And make it just a little stronger. We've got other colours to put on here, so we don't have to worry too much. But it's a good idea to practice this. Now what I'm doing now is bringing back the grey, and what you'll get the impression of the white hairs going over the top of that. Got it? Another thing that you've got to watch is here, where we have this stopping point I was talking about. So what we're going to do is put some grey on here, much lighter application of grey now. Just to put in a little bit of grey. We can reintroduce the white later on, but you see now we have a point where we're stopped. And the same thing can apply here. Although basically this is white, I do like a little bit of colour in it. So just a little tone or two of grey. Now already it's looking good. You see we've got a black all the way around there. Well, what we're going to do with that is we're going to use our grey and go all the way around in between the lines This will be the line drawing I'm giving you anyway. You'll be able to follow it. And now there it peters out. So let's just follow that idea. You want to follow the reference picture. Just notice though that just here it's got just a little bit of black. It's like a trail, it's like almost a little trail of black. But that looks good. Follow that down around there, and there we are. And that's the first application. Now we now need to move on. Put a bit of colour on it. So I'm going to use 184 now, the yellow ochre. And the yellow ochre, again, we don't want too much of this, just a touch on the tone. And this is fun because we're now starting to use colour. And I love colour. Everywhere. But that's all we need. We don't want any in there particularly. And then we use the next one. This is 186. This is terracotta. So just a little bit of that. Now you can see the introducing that. You can see where that's coming in. And again, we can. It's a little bit stronger than the yellow ochre. But we're building up this colour in here, ready to take the brown. You can just tick, and the black. Now that looks really good, doesn't it? Okay, now let's move on to the brown. And the brown, you've got to be careful here. We don't want to do is to press too hard. The reason is it will start crushing the paper. These stronger colours, because we've got several colours underneath there. And we want to try to create the impression of this. I know I'm going to put white back on again, but really a good idea is to start the idea of that the white. It gives it a head start, really. That's what it does. Okay, and just a little spot of colour around there. I don't want too much around there because we're going to put black on in a minute. Just a little spot is not a bad idea. And you can also just, I mean, you can play with your picture as much as you like. If you feel like putting a bit of brown in, do that. It is your picture. And a little bit of depth there. And just a little touch there, because I won't be putting black on here. So this is the finished area there. And now the black. Now the black is a devastating colour if you use it wrong. But if you use it right, it's fantastic, as you will see. Look at that. Doesn't that look good? Imagine that going all over the picture, which it's going to. And be careful here, because what we don't want to do is the black shouldn't touch any of the raw paper, otherwise it will be quite strong. And there, just a little tickle down here, and just a little more, picking that bit up there. There we are. Now just in here we've got to be careful, we don't want too much, just a little. That's it. Doesn't that look good? What you can do is you can bring the white back. I've got a pointed white here. Let's use that one. A sharp white is always a good idea to have. I mean, if you can get a couple of them, that'd be great. But don't worry if not, it just means sharpening it up. Now here, watch the lighting on here, and you'll see that what I do is I twist it as I go. And that gives me those little hairs. We're going to be doing a lot of this as we go on, so you'll see that again. And there we are. Now that ear is finished. That didn't take long, did it? Just make sure we've got a nice strength here, a little bit more, following the fur direction. Get it down here. Okay, right, that's one ear. Now all we've got to do is the other one. I won't bother with that because you've already seen it, and although it's a slightly different design, it's the same idea. So we'll skip that, and then we'll move on to the top of the head. I'm going to start by putting in all the markings using 186. Now when you look at the reference picture, you'll think, where am I getting that from? Surely it's black. But the thing is, it's not black. Black is a colour that we'll be putting on it, but it's not the colour of the stripe. The stripe is a really, really, really dark ochre. So we put this on first. Now, I won't bore you with it all, I'll just do a few. You can follow my reference picture, or you can add a few of your own. But I'd probably suggest you follow me, because you can easily get lost. And all the markings are here. Okay, now I'm going as far as there. I'm going to leave the rest of it. Now what you're looking for really here is to try to make without pressing too hard, try to cover as much of the paper as you can. So then go back over it like I'm doing and just fill in as many of the little holes of pastel paper you can see poking through it. That will benefit you later on. You'll see what I mean when we get to the darker colours. Okay, so that's what I'm going to do. Now the only thing that is tricky here is this area at the back. I want you to put it in, but I don't want to put it in as a strong marking. Okay, so what we're looking for is something like that, because it's going to be very dark at the back there. Now I'll complete the rest of these marking down to here. I won't do either side of that, so all of these will be done when you see it again, and then we'll use the white pencil to start the ball rolling on the light. Right, that's done. Now, remember I was talking about stopping points back here? Well, we've got a few more here to worry about. And I would start in here. We've got to put some white. Now, this is a strong white I'm putting in. What we're doing is putting this area in. Okay, we're coming up through here. Now, you see that it goes up on that side. This is where you've got to be a bit careful. It goes to there like that. Now, you can see that one in there? I haven't put it in. If you see that, and I won't put it on yours, so it'll make you do it too. Just put a little one in there. This is the sort of thing, I would have missed that off the original, but it's a good idea to do it. See that? Okay, let's carry on. Maybe a few more from the time I finish. Now we can put the white in, all of the white in, because it's the top of the head and we want to make it nice and strong. So this is, as you say, very strong. Comes down to there and there. That's about it. And I might as well complete that area then. Just here. There we are. And I should do the same thing on the other side of the animal. But you only need to see me do one side. Okay, so that's a really, really strong white, as you can see. But what about the rest of it? What we do there is slightly different. What we do here is this. We work in the direction that we see the fur lying in, all the way. I'll just move this on up just a little bit. I don't want to move it out of shot completely for you, so I want you to see how this is working. I won't mind one little bit if you drag some of that colour into your picture. I don't deliberately go over it because that will cause me a problem, or cause you a problem, when you come to put the dark colours on. But you can't help but drag just a little bit of it. You can see that the influence there. But if you look at the picture, that's got an influence in it anyway. So it won't matter, one little bit. This is why I do it this way. Now, I'm working in the direction of the fur, but of course it's not very easy because you're going to get in between all this lot. But it gives you good practice, because later on we'll be using darker colours, and we will be very strictly working in the direction of the fur. Now the idea of this is to put the white on as a base colour, and you can see the difference between there and there. Okay, so let me just stop when I get to there. Don't make it any stronger than that, because the colours that we're going to be putting on will give us what we need. Now we're going to start with the ochre, and that's going to go on top of the area that we've just used, and again working in the direction of the fur, and again it won't matter if you bring some of that colour down. Like that. There you go. Now you can now see a distinct difference between the white here and the colour here. But now we've got to use this colour. Now this is a tricky one, because if you push too hard you're going to end up losing all these stripes. I'll show you what I mean. But this time I want you to be just a little bit more picky about what you do. What I've done with the others is I've kind of left the pencil on the paper when I did it, but now we're looking at putting tiger strokes in. See? And it's getting more and more like that, isn't it? Still got a little way to go yet. When you come to these edges where you have the white and the ochre together, you'll see that you'll have a more distinct difference in tone now. Now we're going to then move on. Obviously what I've done here you've got to do over there, so you just have to replay this again so that you know what you're doing. Now the other colour we're going to use is this one. Now this is a little trickier, because what we're going to do with this is we want to put this on all the dark stripes. Now I'm going to have to leave here because it's going to take a long time for me to do it. It takes a lot longer to do this than it did the other. But I'm going to bring you back then, once I've done that, and then I'll show you the next operation. In fairness, this could be a bit sharper than this. There you go. So I'm going to do all of these here. Now what I shall do at the same time is I have to do all this as well, so that I can, when I can show you the next operation, I can show you it all. Okay, so this goes on everywhere, but stop when you get to there and then continue, because it's better to do the lighter areas before you put this in. This is the trickiest bit really. We're now going to use the 176 quite lightly, don't press hard, and we're going to put the hairs in, the darker hairs in. This will make a big difference. I'll stop halfway down here so that you can see the difference it's making. Now if you're looking at that dark colour you think that's not black. No, it's not going to be yet, but it will be. When I finish this we'll be putting the black in, and that will make such a difference. But you see, it's not really black, as I said, it's more ochre-y, very, very, very dark ochre. Deliberately making that obvious so you can see the difference it makes. And of course the contrast between the white now and this colour is much more obvious as it is on the picture. Okay, now I'll do that same thing on the other side in a minute, but what I want to show you is these. See these little markings here? Well, we can put those in now. They don't have to go in the same way that I've done them. You can put them in how you want. It's just a little bit of extra. Like that makes it look more attractive. Okay, so that's what we need to do over there in a minute. But let me now show you what we do with the black. Now the black goes on the top. Now, as far as you're concerned, from where you're looking at, that looks like black, doesn't it? But you and I know it isn't. And again, I will stop halfway so you can see the contrast between the two. Be a little careful here, because I told you not to press hard. Well, we don't need to here, because we've already made sure that we've got plenty of coverage with the other colours. I'm taking a little bit of time here because I don't want the black to touch anywhere that hasn't got the colour underneath. So I've got to be careful. Of course, when it comes into the white here, you can see an amazing difference then, contrast. I won't worry about those, because really those ought to be done when I finish the white off. Otherwise I might drag that off. So I won't do the white. There we go. Look at that difference that makes, folks. Don't want too much on there. There you go. Doesn't that look good? Now the other thing you can do, if you feel like it, it's a little risky, I know, but you can use a sharp white, and if you twist it again, watch the numbers, you can put just a little bit of, you don't need to do too much here, and you can do it on here too. I suggest you use the white pencil, because the white will pick up the colour you're coming from here. So you just put a little bit of it. I'd say if you don't feel confident to, don't do it. But you've got to have a sharp white to do this. But you can see the difference that actually makes to the picture. If you look at that, you can see it on there. Okay, so that's what we've got to do over there. Now, just recap what I actually did then. I used the 176. You've only got to play this part again anyway, then you'll see it. Okay, and then we use the black. I haven't made that a solid line at the back. You can see it isn't on there. And then we use the white just to put in a few little bits of interest like that. Right, I'll finish that off now, and then we're going to move down. Now what we're going to do now, when I've got an animal like this, I usually say work around the eye before you do the eyes, and this is always a good idea. So what we'll be doing is bringing this colour down here. Don't necessarily have to finish it off, but you've certainly got to get the white and the these other colours in, so that what we can do, we have a setting for the eye, then we can put the eyes in, and that will make an amazing difference. But so far it's looking good. We've got to do just a little bit of work on this white here. I wanted to mainly stay white, but I just want some colour put in it as well. And this has got to be done really before the black. That's why I left that over there, because otherwise you'll be dragging the black in. I don't mind so much if some of the ochre here is put in, but I didn't want it to be on the black. Same thing over here. Some of the areas, as you can see on the reference picture, are slightly more ochre-y. And if you pick those up, you just make it just a little bit more ochre-y. Where it's more a solid white, which it sort of is in there, I usually leave it. Now that's the ochre. Now the other colour I'm going to use is the grey, and the grey can be put in as well. It just stops the white from being too pristine. If you know tigers, you'll know that they're not. Although they look white, there are other colours in there. So we need to put that in as well. Just a little bit of grey. Exactly the same idea. But remember, we can put the white back again later on. Okay, now that I've done that, I can do it. Okay, just one little thing that while I've got that you here. I'm just going to make that a little, can you see just there? We have just a little bit of shading on both sides. So it's over here, over here. Good idea to put it in. What you do here is you put it in like that. And then you use your white pencil as a sort of like a blender to blend it in. And you get that lovely softness. If you left it, it would be a little bit too strong, but doing that, isn't that nice? Very nice. We'll be doing that a lot later on. Okay, now I've done that, I can now darken these off. I'll just do a few here so you can see what I'm doing, and then we'll use the white just to put a few little details of fur in there, like that. Good. Right, now I've got to just finish that off around here, and then we'll be doing the surround of the eye. Right, I've done that eye. Now we've got to do this one. So let me put this close up so that you can see what I'm doing. Now we're only concerned about the surround. We put in very strong white that you can see there. Put that in first. Now everywhere else here we have a half-tone white. And same down here. I'm not going to complete the eye itself, that's going to be done in a little while, as showed on that one. Okay. You don't want much white in here because, as you know, we're going to be putting all the stronger colours on. But we do need a little bit just to get the thing started off. That's as far as we need to go. All of this is fine around here. Make sure that's... And there's a little bit in there, a little bit more white there, a little strength. Okay, good. And now we have the ochre. No ochre on that section, that stays white. I'll speed this up a little bit because you've already seen it done once. And also, but that's not as ochre, that's more a general white really, more than the area down here. Okay, let's put that in now. And again, this is not quite so severe, not quite so strong. So follow what you see. And just there now, this is where we have quite a lot of strength. And this is only, all of this it can be done afterwards, but it's best to do it so that we can see how the eye is going to appear with this background. Okay, that's that. Now we need the brown. I think that probably will be enough to give us what we need. And just here we need to have that 186 in there and in there. I'm not putting it in close up to the eye for the minute because that's going to have a grey in it. Okay, there's our... And I don't know whether I'm even going to put black on. I don't think I will at the moment. Let's just leave it at that because we can now see what we need to see. Let's have a look at both eyes. Yes, that's good. Okay. Now to start with, we need, excuse me, we need light in the eye. So that's the first thing we do. We put the light in the eye. White highlight. And just in the pupil area, a bit like this really, if we were doing here. We don't want to put too much in, But what we don't want to do is put anything just underneath. So it's just really in this lower part, lower section of the eye that we need the white. And we don't want it too strong. Just leave just underneath that. You'll see in a minute the reason for that. And then right there. Okay, and now the ochre. The ochre goes on top of the white. But in there, it's a little strong. You see, immediately I do that, you can see what I mean. Because we haven't got any white underneath that section, it becomes just a little bit stronger. And as soon as it hits the white helps to. There we are, that looks good. Yes, it helps to weaken it. And we can always put more on if we wanted. I don't know whether we will need it, but that's what I shall do later. Okay, now we're going to put the pupil in, and I'm going to use a grey for this. This is the 273 grey. And it cuts around the white, like that. And that's the pupil we're doing at the moment. And taking the time, that's very important. Now the other thing that's important is we also need the grey on the eye surround. There's a little bit of light in there, I've just seen. How we put that in. I've got that on the other side, see that? And then that's the grey. And that comes all the way up here. Like that. In other words, it goes all around the eye. Like that. And do the same thing on the other side. Cut round the light. Make sure we've done that. The idea of using the grey rather than the stronger colours, we can see if there's a mistake, we can easily correct it. Where it's not so easy if we got the very dark colours in. That's not bad. I think we'll accept that. Good. Well, that's now needs to have a little bit of strength. Now this is the 186, and we've got to be careful here. We want to make that dark right underneath the eyelid, and then it graduates. We don't want it to be too strong. Like that. Do the other side. And again, we don't want it to be. We want to keep it like we can put white, and we could put ochre back in again, so it's not irreversible. But, and now I'm going to use the brown on top of the grey. Don't press hard when you do this, because we've got a black that's going to be put in there in a minute, and we don't want to make it, don't want to crush the paper. It's likely to happen if you're not careful. That looks good. Then on the other side. And in the pupil. Right. Now we've got to put some of this colour, the same colour, to darken on the top of the eye. This is on top of both the ochre and the terracotta 186. Look at the difference between the two. And it also helps to make that light stand away just a little more. I'm being very gentle with this, as I only want a little bit of it in there. If I need to, I can make it darker later, but I just, for the moment, I don't want to go too mad. That looks good. And now, folks, we grab a hold of the black. The only problem is I need a sharper black than that. It's very important, because if you were to use that, although it looks as though I've got a point on there, it's not sharp enough. So I'll come back and in a minute, with a sharp point. Right, a nice sharp point now. Round the light. Do the pupil first, because it's the most difficult bit, while we've got that point really sharp. Great. And now on top of the grey and the brown. While we're doing that, we might as well darken this area too. Now you see what happened, why I wanted the surrounding, because now the eye looks really good. Let's do the other one. There you go. Now, do you remember I said we probably would need it darker? Well, we do. Just under there. So what we do is use our 176 now, just to darken it just a little bit more. You can't appreciate how dark you need it until you've got the black in. But once that's in, there you go. See the difference? Do the same with this one. Then you can bring the other colours back in, and this is the 186, just to graduate that down until you get to the bottom, like that. And then you can bring the other colours in. That was the ochre. And the white. Now I think, folks, you will agree that that looks pretty stunning. Now what I would suggest we do next is we do as much of this fill-up work as we can. And so I'm going to do this side and then I'll do the other side. Off camera. You'll see all this being put in. Now I'm working in the direction that you see the fur lying in, as I explained earlier. And we want that to be quite solid. Excuse me. You can see how white it is there. Now there's another area of white there that needs to be solid too. Let me put that in. We've got a lot of yellowish fur as well there, so we need to pay attention to that. When we get down to the bottom, especially down here, it's going to be very white. Okay, and now into here, this is where we have that half tone again, so don't make it quite so strong. Once again, it's solid in here and then it evens off. And what I would do here, we won't do the nose, that would be a separate thing, but I want to do as much of this as I can. We need to come with the white, we need to come right up close to those stripes. And then we put in, well, probably a good idea is not to put quite so much of this in now, because this is going to be, although we don't want to change the colour, it's probably advisable not to put quite so much in, because we've got white here as opposed to the ochre that we had up there. Okay, so that's a nice solid area there. And another one there. And then on top of that, we put the brown. See, before, when I told you to do this, I said make sure you fill up all of this in. Well, it's up to you. You can follow that same pattern, but it's better if you can make it less ochre and more the brown and black influence. I'll show you what I mean in a minute when we get down to that bit. And what you do is you go back over with this again, filling up as many of the little holes where the paper's showing through as you can. Don't press hard though, I keep emphasising. I think it can be very boring in the end, but I assure you if you press hard you're going to start to crush the paper and the black won't register very well. But on the other hand, you've got to fill as much as you can up, otherwise the black will look too bitty. Okay, that is about right. Now, just before we do that though, we want now to bring some of the brown. Now again, I don't mind if you were to pull some of that brown out, because it just makes it more interesting. You see what I'm doing with the grey? This is the 273 grey. I'm not going to put brown on the fur, on the white fur, but the influence by pulling it like I'm showing you now could be quite nice. And then we want the ochre. Not quite so much ochre down here. I want this to retain some of its whiteness rather than the ochre. But once again, it looks really nice. Now you can't do this after you put the black on, that's why I'm doing it now. Because if you did, you'd find you're dragging the black, and that could be bad news. Okay, now we can put the black on. Now here again we want this to be solid. Ooh. That's because I was pressing hard, folks. It doesn't matter so much now if you press hard, because there's nothing going on top of that black. But the black would not have registered as well had you crushed the paper here. Now I'm going to show you something that's really, really tricky. Just take that away, move it round. Now the reason I'm doing this is because what I'm going to show you is I'm going to show you how to use the white pencil to create this effect. Wow, really, Colin? Yeah. The only thing I've just realised there, look folks, I didn't go right up to the line. Can you see that? Turning around the other way I can see it. There's another one there, I didn't go up to the line. But you're going to do that, aren't you? Another one. So we're just before we start the procedure, I'll go over with the brown and the black, make sure that's better. What we do now is this is quite hard, I've got to say. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go up. Do you remember I said about twisting? Well, watch this. Now this is going to be quite hard because you are going to bring some of that the black back, you can't avoid it. But as long as you twist it, it kind of looks almost like a grey on the paper. See that? Let's do a little bit more. You don't have to do this. I mean, if you feel uneasy about it, don't do it. But you can see that the difference is amazing. Right. Now, what about here? Well, what you do here is you drag it back in. Same thing, but you go back the other way. As I said, it isn't easy. But it looks stunning when you've done it. I would stop there because although I would probably carry on with a sharper white, I wouldn't do it as far as you're concerned. You see the difference it makes there? It's really nice, isn't it? It makes it more acceptable. I shall have to do it with all of this as well, but what I want to do now is I want to do the other side. Okay, then once I've done that side, we can then concentrate on the area around here. Probably again, just like the eye, I'm going to do the surround of the nose before I actually do the nose itself. Right, we'll advance this a bit more now. There's a few little things to attend to. I'll do this, and then what I'll do is we'll fill the white in. What we're looking for, as I said before, is to get this nose done, but we really do need to have something to work with. I'll just leave that for a tick. And there's a couple more here. Okay. Now the white. Now the white pencil goes everywhere. 187 didn't. Now this is going to be very dark around that nose area, so if we can just circle it like that. Now it's obviously stopped, so let me just show you the reference picture. We're actually doing this area at the moment, so we need to stop as we get above there. And the rest of it is in this orangey colour, so this needs to be solid, this white. I won't do the other side at the moment, I'll just concentrate on one side and then I'll pick the rest of it up in a minute, so you don't want to do the same thing again. But what you do want to see is how this works out again. Remember that what we did here was we were looking at it being, start with white but not too much of it. So because we're going to put some darker colours on here. Eventually we're going to put the brown on, which is quite dark. I'm going to do half of it, and that was the, then we wanted the yellow ochre. Now some of that yellow ochre would be touching some raw paper there, which is good because it makes it just a little bit stronger. Then we want the terracotta 186. And then I won't make this too strong because if we do, it's going to be difficult to get the other colour on. 176. That's about right. Now the 176 now. This is a strong colour, and it only works because it's going on top of those others. Otherwise it would be awful. But we'll need to be putting another coat on this, but I'm not going to worry about it at the moment. This is what we're looking for. Now that there, and we put one on the other side to match it, is a dark marking. The reason I haven't gone up too close to that is because that's going to be dark too. So what you can do is leave this to me now to just develop this all over here and turn it into the same as this side. But just before I go, we also want this to be just a little bit of ochre in there to match everything else we've got. A little bit of ochre and a little bit of grey, remember this time. There's not, down here we don't have the terracotta, this browny colour so much, it's more grey. And it's a good idea to do it before you complete this area off. So all of that will be done. And then you can use the white pencil really almost like a blender now by just going back over it again, making that look a little less rough. It's got to be just a little bit more pristine than that. That looks good. That's great. So I'm going to do all of that over there. I'm just on the tail end now of completing dark brown in here. Little whisker holes. Okay. Now I think we'll complete this because with the black too, because that will help to see the area of the nose, which will be the next thing we're going to be doing easier. This is quite a complicated picture, but as long as you take your time and you do it the way I've showed you, you really won't have too many problems. And the thing is, it's a really, really interesting picture to do, and so impressive when it's finished. Okay, just on here. I'm showing as much as I can of this because it is quite important that you see how the picture shapes up, especially in this area because it's quite complicated. Now I'm being quite forceful with the black because what we don't want to do, we don't want to leave any of the little sparkles I call them, which is where you see the paper through. That looks good. Now I think what we're going to do the nose, because until we really get the nose we can't complete this area off. You see how flat that looks at the moment? Well, it won't be. This is what it's going to look like when I've finished it. But really we need the nose in at this stage. So start off with the white. And a couple of the areas, especially around there where we're going to have a dark nostril, needs to be quite light. That's the trouble with putting pressure on your white, you tend to break it. Okay, now the colour I'm going to use now is I'm not going to use any ochre on this, I'm going to use the 186, the terracotta. And I'm using it very lightly to start with. Now just there we've got a division, so we might as well put that in, and everything else. Now, because I put the light on there, just there, I want to retain that if I can. I can always put it back in again. Great. Now, just to make really sure that I've got it nice and light, I'll put just a little more light on that. You see how that works out? And just a little more strength in the middle of that. Right. Now, around here, what we're going to do is to use the wrong colour, Colin. I'm going to use the 176. So I want this to be quite dark in here. And that comes down to there. I wouldn't worry about putting the 186 underneath this. It does need to be quite dark. Right, get this through there. Good. And then across the top of that, there, and into there. Okay, and that can be just a little bit of depth above it. Graduated. I think what's important is we get that really looking neat. We can also use just a little of the 176, the brown, just to darken the bottom of that. You see how that works out? This is going to have black on it too in a minute. And just use a white pencil. There. See how much neater that is? Okay. Now we've got that in. We now need to just add a little bit more strength to the nose, but retaining the light around there. That's really nice. And if you come back onto the area we put the brown, it acts like a blender then. You see that? Okay, now we're going to put the black on top of brown. And just there on the top again. I don't need to go any further than that. That's about it at the moment. All right, let's smarten it up using 186 and right on that edge. Oof. This is the problem when you pick up. Now, just that gives me an opportunity to show you how we can get out of that. With my soft eraser, you don't have to rub it all out, because all we're doing is taking some of the top layer of that off. And that's it, got it. And I just need to be just a little bit more colour in it. Gives me an opportunity of showing you that pencil rubber. Okay, let's try again now. Great. Now, I'm going to show you now how this works. This is what we're trying to do. We're trying to get that shape of the nose in. Now, the way to do that is to, let me see if I can show you both. Yes, I can. Look. This is what I'm copying. With the 186, you use round circular movements. Now, what we're trying to do is to come down. You see, if we come down this side of that marking, and we come down there. Now, it's not going to make that much of a difference until I use my 176 in here. It's quite strong over here. This is what I'm doing now. Leaving the centre area there alone. But when you pick up on the other side, come down again. Now, I know I've said don't press hard, but this is the finishing touch we're doing now. So we're going to put the 176 on top of it. Now this is tricky here. We're coming down there. Again, this marking helps you as a guideline there. Comes down to there. There's another one that comes over there. And another one that comes over. This is the most important one here. This runs up here. And that runs to there. And we can use this just to make that black area that I put above. That's looking really good. Now, you're not going to get any darker than that. That's about as dark unless you press really hard, and we don't want to do that. So what we do now is, on top of that, we look at the 176 as being the darkening agent. Now, this is going to be like magic down there. And into there. Leaving this area untouched. Cross with that, and then again pick it up on the other side. This is where pastel pencils really come to their own, because you're able to gradually increase the strength by just keeping going over and over again. And you see, that's like magic, isn't it? Now that's worked out. A little depth there, and then come up on this side from that area, which is quite dark anyway. We can, in fact, make it a little stronger than that. That's fantastic. Just a touch more pressure in where we want it to be really dark, like there. There we are now. I think you'll agree, folks, that was pretty impressive. And that's about it. I don't think we need any more. Let's just touch a little more and make it a little bit more compatible with what we have above. That is nice. It's got to kind of a line there. It's got to graduate. There's a little bit of black now on the corner there and on the corner there. I quite like that. I don't think I want to do any more. Once you achieve what you set out to do, leave it alone. Now this is going to be just a little darker now. What I'm using the grey, because we need to put some grey in here. We can't just leave it as pristine as that. So by using the grey, and just right on that edge too. It's a nice idea. And look at the difference between those two. Now you'll notice that there's a little spot of white in there. Well, this is what you can do with the white pencil. And normally I wouldn't advocate this, but it will work. Look. Okay. You can see a little bit of white in there. Okay, where was I? I was with I was doing that grey, that's right. And again, the grey can go up here. Now the grey also needs to be, you can see it here, there's some shadow under there. Now we now need we can't just have it, as I said, we can't have it just plain white. It's got to have some grey in it. And you can't really put the grey in until you've finished, because then you can see just where this is. Now looking great. Okay, now I'm going to, what I'll do now is, I don't want to bore you completely, because I will do, if you were to watch me do, what I'm going to put is white in here. I'm going to put the, let me just show you, I'm going to put that in there like that. And that, if you look at that, do you see how that works? So what I'll do is do that. I'll bring you back in before I finish that completely, because that needs to be done again. So I need to do all of that down to there. In fact, I'll put the white underneath here as well. Okay, and we've got another one that just disappears back there. That's this one. Like that. So let me fill some of that in to save some time. Well, doesn't it look gorgeous? That's a great tiger. It's come up very well. Now let's enhance it by putting a background on. I'm going to use 3 colours for that, the white, the ochre, and that's the yellow ochre, and the terracotta. Okay, so those are the 3 colours that we'll be using. And this is how you start the ball rolling. With some white. Now this doesn't have to be as solid as I've shown you with the fur, but you need to make sure that you've got a good coverage on it. And that's the way, right. If you're unsure at all, what you can do is go the other way. Like that. In other words, cross hatch. And that gives you a really nice effect. Now what's going to happen now is that when I rub that, it's going to disappear into the tiger. Got it? Like that. But don't worry about that, because what we do then is use the following, you'll be following the picture anyway, but it's following the guidelines. You see around here where we've got the, okay, that's the ochre. So we put some ochre on, like that. You can be as generous as you like with this, because we're going to use another colour in a minute. That's rubbed in. Now this time we go to there and stop. So now we have the fusion of the tiger. See what I mean? How nice that is? But I haven't stopped there, because now we also put in the terracotta. More, I would say, towards the outer edges rather than the inside. The reason for that is you get a slightly stronger colour, and as you work towards that, it weakens slightly. So what you get is a phenomenal effect. Like that. Now I'm going to do that all the way round, all the way round, all the way round. When you get to an area, like for instance there, let me just show you this little bit here. These little marks are useful, because you can see then, because you're going to put the white on top of white there, or against white. And let's just make sure that's, I won't do too much of this because it is the same, it's all repeating the same thing all the time. Don't matter if you use the same colour, same finger, because it's all going to be coloured. Now putting it in like that then, because you can see where the edge of the tiger is, you can then put some strength on, like that, and rub it in, and some of the basics, and rub it in. Now, this is the problem you're going to face when you go right up close to the edge of that. You're likely to touch it. So how do you get over that? Well, it's very difficult, because if you put your fingers too close to it, you're going to drag back colour. So what I do is I get as close as I can with my finger without touching, and then I use the white pencil very, very lightly as a blender, and that will work. Okay, so that's it. Now you do all the dark colours in the same way. So let me do all of that. The only other area is down here, but I'm going to leave that bit until the end. Come down to here, then I'll leave that bit and show you how we finish it off. It's slightly different to what you've seen here. Just got this little bit left now, and I wanted to show you this because this is just a little different. Same idea here, the white. Rub it in. Don't have to be quite so fussy with this edge now, as we were before. Then the yellow ochre. Rub that. And then terracotta. Start this off, I wouldn't do anything different here to what you've done all the way around. Like that. Put that in. There we go. Right, now then, this is where it changes slightly. What we want to do now is to bring this down. So we put some more terracotta in here. Now this is, as you can see, it looks the same colour, doesn't it? Which it is, of course. We've got the same colours underneath it. But we want it to be stronger. So, just a little bit more care now in rubbing that in. And because we rub with our finger, what's happened is we've got quite a lot of texture there. So we've got to get rid of that. So what we do now is come back again with our terracotta, this time with a view to putting it on a little more strength, filling as many of the holes up as we can to about there, and that's when it stops. And then we use the other colours. This is the ochre, just to push that colour in a little more. And we can use the white too for that. Let me just show you. I've got to turn it around because it's best to try to tackle it from a more comfortable position with the white. The white is acting like a blender to blend the tone in, and it's pushing it into the paper now. We do have blenders to do this job, but I haven't worried you on this particular picture. But there are blenders that we have that do the same job. And just rub that edge in again very lightly, and you get then a lovely fusion. See that? Isn't that nice? And back up here, the same thing. What I'm going to do here is put a little bit more white in, because I want the white here to be extended very, very slightly in the picture. Got it? Like that. Now that is pretty stunning. Put a little bit more black in there to make that richer. Don't go right up close to the edge, but so it becomes richer, because the background colours do tend to have a little bit of an influence on that effect. So there we are. Now that's pretty good. Very happy with this. What I've got to do now, though, is to sharpen my white pencil up. In fact, I might have a sharp point here. Let's see if I can do it. Yep. And we put the white back in like that, just where we have the white fur. Here again, all the way up. Although this pencil wasn't actually a sharp point, it did have a sharp edge to it. That's why I'm able to get away with it. Okay, just a little more on the other side now. Just there. And then we need the colours adjacent to that. For instance, here we have the .176. It's where the background would have encroached upon. There's another here. Encroached upon the image. And here we need just a little bit of black. Like that. And then we go around here again. By the same token, you would have found that the background colours would have influenced and gone over some of this area. So you need to redo it. On the top, I would suggest that we just use the 176. Not a good idea, I don't think, to put black directly onto that. That's fine. I think that's all right. Now, the other one area left here. See the importance of turning the picture round. That's why I like the cardboard. And a bit lovely. And there we are now. That looks really, really stunning, doesn't it? I think you'll agree. The only one thing we haven't done is any whiskers. And I'm going to sharpen two pencils up to show you how they're put on. And that's the 176 and the white. Now, in many ways, this is one of the hardest things you're going to be doing. I've got a nice sharp white and I've got a nice sharp 176 because I'm going to use both of those two to put the whiskers in. Now, why is it so difficult? Well, first of all, you have to zip them in. Now, zipping them in means, I'm pretending now, doing that. Now, what you didn't see is I twist the pencil. Watch the writing on it now as I do it. It's very slow motion. Come from here. And I do that. You see the pencil twist? It's a zip. And I'll do it properly in a minute. And the other problem we've got with it is we've got a lot of pastel on there. Now that pastel doesn't dry off. It stays there. So when you put the white and the other colours on, it's going to drag the other colours. Now, the only way to avoid it, and you won't avoid it completely, you'll even with me doing it with a sharp pencil and my knowledge of how to do it, you'll still see me drag it. But if you have a sharp point, the point goes in. Now watch, there we go. Don't do too many either. Start at the whisker holes, obviously, and zip them in. See that? Gosh, Colin, how'd you do that? Well, I'll do another one, look. See that? Now you can't see them very clearly, so what I then do is do a couple in 176 as well, because that looks really really good. Got it? Okay, now the other way. Now remember, we're going that way. I did have somebody in a workshop once do that, and that looked a bit weird, as you can imagine. So we've got to do exactly the same idea. Position it like that so that you can still twist the pencil, and off we go. And just a couple more. There we are. I don't think I want any more. I think that is absolutely stunning. I'll give you a slightly longer view of it now. There you are, folks. Now, I thought you might like to see how I take the tape off. I unpeel it at the top like that and pull it. Now, you want to pull this away, always away, like that. Never straight, because there is risk that could come across there and take some of the pastel off, and that would be criminal, having spent all that time on it. Okay, now down the bottom, again, pull away from it. The bonus, of course, is you get a really lovely mounted effect there. I'm going to turn it round because it's easier for me, and do the same thing here. Pull it from there and away. That. And one more to go. This time you've got to hold it. You can't see, but I'm pinning it at the bottom with the thumb, and that stops it from moving around. And there we are, finished. It can come off the board, and there we are. I hope you've enjoyed the pictures. I've thoroughly enjoyed showing you. There's lots and lots and lots more on that website. So I hope to see you again sometime.